15. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 33. 10:15. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 33. The deeper blood wave descended into the vast, boundless, dark abyss of the ocean. The more disturbed Sonny felt, and he had already been deeply uncomfortable before taking the plunge into the shallows. There was nothing but emptiness and oppressive darkness both above and below them, stretching endlessly into the unknown. Even though Sonny could see through the water, unlike how it had been in the impenetrable darkness of the cursed sea of the forgotten shore, he was still distressed. The depths of the ocean were not a place meant for humans. They were its opposite. Coming here voluntarily was nothing but pure madness. I might have misunderstood the Nightwalkers. They are all lunatics. He shifted slightly and glanced at Neve, who was holding tightly to the fin of the monstrous killer whale. The currents battered them, and the pressure was slowly growing unbearable. The Scion of the House of Night was not exactly calm, but his unease was caused by the prospect of fighting a corrupted terror, not the watery abyss itself. Strangely, Sonny's feelings were reversed. The terror of Low 49 was a harrowing foe indeed, but he had faced plenty of those. The ocean, on the other hand, was an alien, unfamiliar, and fundamentally hostile space. It was abysmal in the purest sense of the word. Grimacing, Sonny pulled himself closer to Bloodwave's fin and waited. He did not know what exact means the saint was using to track the hidden terror. There was some pattern to his movements, but Sonny wasn't sure what it was. Sometimes, it felt as though the great predator was choosing the direction at random, but one thing remained constant: they were always moving deeper into the darkness. Neve had not spoken to him again, but there was also no reason to. Sonny briefly considered summoning the extraordinary rock to relay his thoughts, but then discarded that idea. He had nothing useful to say, and making too much noise could attract unwanted attention. Who knew what horrors hid in the dark depths, beside the terror? At some point, he felt a coughing fit rising from somewhere in his lungs and nearly panicked. The last thing Sonny wanted was to drown because of the residual trauma caused by brushing against a nightmare gate. He gritted his teeth and concentrated on suppressing the cough, forgetting even his fear of the ocean in the process. That was why he almost missed the moment when the terror finally revealed itself. Hidden in the depths of the lightless abyss, an eerily beautiful creature floated in the vast and silent darkness. Feeling a slight tremor run through the enormous body of the giant killer whale, and hearing its booming heartbeat change pace, Sonny looked into the distance. He shivered. From a distance, the terror looked akin to a strange, ghostly flower. A lily, perhaps, or a white lotus. Its pallid petals flowed and danced slowly in the darkness, some stretching for hundreds of meters into the empty abyss, some swirling around the small nebulous shape hidden in their center. The sight of it was both breathtakingly beautiful and deeply terrifying. The wide ribbons of white looked both like the petals of a flower and like the long tentacles of an ethereal creature, too alien to be described with words. When they got closer, however, Sonny discovered that they were neither petals nor pale flesh. Instead, he thought that he was looking at long stretches of white, flowing cloth. He did not know if he was right or how it even made sense, and that was not what Sonny was preoccupied with at the moment either. There were other shapes surrounding the ghostly white blossom, hundreds of them. Drowned bodies surrounded it like a morbid barrier: humans, nightmare creatures, and things he could not name. They floated silently around the terror, unmoving, their empty eyes staring blindly into the darkness. Some had cloth petals wrapped around them like a burial shroud. The eerie scene made him shudder. The otherworldly beauty of it all only made the visage more appalling. There was a powerful presence emanating from the mass of billowing white cloth, one of utter horror and malice. Sonny felt that presence overwhelm him, making it impossible to look away from the terror, but also unbearable to witness it. He felt mesmerized, frozen, and paralyzed. That feeling was broken by another presence, though. Suddenly, the darkness around them seemed to become tinted red, and he felt a deep fury rising from within him. Sonny recognized that fury as something that was not his own, but instead belonged to someone else. Bloodwave. The Saint of Night was incensed, and whatever fear they might have felt was washed away by the murderous rage of the great predator. It almost seemed as though the cloth petals trembled slightly. In the next moment, the hundreds of drowned creatures all came alive, their hollow eyes turning to stare at them. Sonny uttered a silent curse and freed the sin of solace from its makeshift scabbard with his free hand. Here we go, then. He felt Bloodwave's body move, and then a furious roar spread through the water like a fearless battle cry. The force of it was almost physical in nature, moving through the dark abyss like a devastating shockwave. The monstrous killer whale surged forward, and with him the ocean itself came alive. Powerful currents assaulted the pallid flower, throwing its ghastly defenders away. The crimson hue of the water became more apparent, and wherever it spread, Bloodwave seemed to gain even more speed, even more might. At the same time, the cloth petals exploded with motion, unfurling like long limbs, grabbing the thralls and throwing them forward. By Sonny's side, Neve glanced at him and outstretched a hand, a bone harpoon appearing in it. The Nightwalker smiled, indigo lights dancing in his eyes. It's time. With that, he pushed himself off the fin and shot forward with incredible speed. A moment later, Bloodwave crashed into the moving barrier of hollow-eyed thralls. Chapter 10:16. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 34. 10:16. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 34. The monstrous killer whale snapped its jaws, savaging several massive nightmare creatures at once. Clouds of blood and pulverized flesh escaped from his maw like a red tide. Powerful currents of crimson water swirled around his massive body, ripping even more abominations apart. A dozen thralls were destroyed when the great predator rammed through them at dreadful speed. Armored fins moved, slicing bodies like giant blades. A split second later, Bloodwave shot past the barrier of flesh, leaving devastation in his wake. He continued forward, heading for the eerie flower of white cloth that was the terror. Neve and Sonny were left behind, though. Their task was to deal with the thralls and prevent them from attacking the Saint from behind. How the hell do I do this? Fighting underwater was not at all like fighting on land. At this depth, Sonny felt as though he was constantly being pressed down by an immeasurable weight, both from without and from within. His ascended physique and augmented strength were enough to deal with it, but he still felt a strain considerable enough to demand adjustment. It was a lot like fighting while under the effect of the crushing. More importantly, though, there was nothing to support him here. Usually, a fighter's might came from being grounded without the ground under Sonny's feet. His blows would lack power. They would also push him away with the same force that had been exerted on the enemy, making battle flow and positioning a nightmare. So, he saw two ways to fight effectively. One was to grapple the enemy and use their own body as support, bringing combat to an extremely close range. He would be greatly disadvantaged in such a scenario due to the length of his blade. The other was to use acceleration and maneuvering to turn each of his attacks into a deadly charge. Sonny had a sinking suspicion that he would have to utilize both approaches today. Ahead of him, Neve clashed with one of the thralls. His harpoon shot forward, piercing the creature's head. The Nightwalker pushed it through all the way, then let go of the shaft, grabbed it again near the head a moment later, and tore the spear free. Then, Sonny had no more time to observe the Nightwalker, forced to concentrate on his own enemy. A vaguely familiar abomination that resembled a grotesque mannequin of flesh lunged at him, its hollow eyes full of darkness. A menacing bone scythe cut down, threatening to split Sonny apart. He was somewhat certain that his skin would withstand the edge, but there was no point in taking the risk. The sin of solace moved to intercept the strike, much slower than he was used to, but still viciously fast. The jade blade easily cut through the scythe, breaking it, and then continued forward to sever the flesh mannequin from shoulder to thigh. The spell whispered into his ear, its voice unaffected by the heavy mass of water. "You have slain a fallen monster, your shadow." With no time to listen to it, Sonny suppressed his revulsion and used the bleeding remains of the abomination to launch himself sideways. A moment later, a chitinous body barreled through the spot he had been occupying. 5 more were already closing in on him from 5 different directions. Sonny took a deep breath. This is not too bad. The situation was dire but not as hopeless as he had expected. The greatest threat, the terror itself, was currently preoccupied with Bloodwave. The thralls, meanwhile, were numerous and much more powerful than they had the right to be. However, there was one factor working against them. Most of the thralls were no more native to the dark abyss of the ocean than he was. Their movements were purposeful but a little bit awkward. Their initial assault was dreadful, but mostly because many had been launched forward by the long pieces of white cloth that swirled around and trailed behind the terror, behaving like the tentacles of a giant monster. Now that their momentum was spent, the thralls were much slower and less maneuverable than Neve. And Sonny, too, thanks to the nimble catch. An awakened would have been torn to pieces in an instant, but the 2 masters found themselves at a certain advantage. More than that, Sonny realized that his aspect was not as useless underwater as he had thought. There were no shadows around him to manifest. But that was only because he could not compel living shadows to obey him. Of those, there were plenty. Shadows required a surface to exist, and each thrall's body was a surface. Each of the thralls possessed a shadow, which allowed Sonny to sense their movements even if he did not see them. It also allowed Sonny to use Shadow Step, as long as the abomination was large enough. As 5 thralls lunged at him, Sonny swam forward, dodged the claws of an especially large nightmare creature, and dove into its shadow, appearing on top of the chitinous monstrosity that had missed him a few moments earlier. The Sin of Solace plunged through the thick carapace, instantly killing the abomination. "You have slain a fallen beast, your shadow," Sonny almost grinned. "So many fragments." He pushed himself off the convulsing carcass, narrowly escaping the cloud of blood, and looked up just in time to see Neve clashing with another thrall. The bone harpoon once again struck first, beheading the hollow-eyed creature. However, this time the Nightwalker was a split second too late to dodge the incoming attack. Even though the thrall had lost its head, the creature's tail still flew forward, carried by momentum and inertia. The long, vicious spike at the end of the tail struck Neve square in the chest, easily piercing the nacreous shell armor and plunging deep into his body. Then it emerged from his back. Sonny's eyes widened. But then something strange happened. The scion of the House of Night seemed to ignore the terrible wound. And in fact, there was no wound. Instead, it was as though Neve's body had turned into liquid. The spike pierced that liquid and then flew out of the master's side without leaving a trace. A second later, Neve turned solid once again, already attacking the next thrall. His movements were swift, graceful, and flowing. Sonny tore his gaze away and lashed out with the Sin of Solace to deflect a blow from a hollow-eyed thrall. Neat. Behind them, Bloodwave had finally reached the beautiful, harrowing white blossom. Chapter 10:17. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 35. 10:17. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 35. The monstrous killer whale cut through the crimson darkness, descending upon the ethereal blossom of flowing white cloth. His mouth opened, revealing a palisade of terrifying fangs. His blue eyes had turned deep red, glowing like spotlights and full of murderous intent. As the great predator approached, the pallid flower exploded with movement. The shorter petals swirled, creating a barrier of white cloth around the small, unclear shape hidden in their center. The longer ones, which had been drifting gracefully on the currents, suddenly contracted and shot forward like tentacles. Bloodwave roared. Powerful currents surrounding his body churned, surging forward to meet the petals. He dodged nimbly, continuing to move forward as his jaw closed on one of the white tentacles. There was no blood, no torn flesh, and no crushed bone. It was as though the petal was indeed nothing but white silk, and damaging it was like cutting a piece of lifeless cloth. Sonny did not see much of what happened after, because he had his own problems to worry about. There were just too many thralls around him, all powerful enough to pose a serious threat. Even with most of them assaulting the port fortress somewhere far away and above, the Terror's drowned guard was enough to kill him and Neve 10 times over if they were not careful enough. Damn it. Propelling himself forward through the dark water, Sonny collided with a hideous creature made of iron and bone. The sin of Solace passed through the abomination's body, cleaving it apart. However, the next thrall was already upon him. 2 human hands wrapped around his throat, trying to rip it open with dreadful strength. Sonny's skin turned hard as stone and resisted the pale fingers, but he still found himself being strangled. Using shadow sense to perceive the shape of the enemy, Sonny slashed back with the jade sword, severing both of the arms. Tearing the cold hands off, he twisted and kicked back, pushing himself and the thrall away from each other. His adversary was hindered and maimed but not eliminated, and more were already closing in. This is not going to work. He was doing well for now, but death was only one mistake away. Sonny relied on his superior speed and maneuverability to slay the thralls, which meant that the moment he was immobilized or stalled, the tables would be turned. He was not a stranger to fighting with everything on the line, but not in an environment as strange and unfamiliar as the depths of the ocean. It was far easier to make a fatal mistake in a place the rules of which he did not know. Sonny willed himself to swim forward, then hesitantly turned onto his back and looked in the direction where Neve was battling a throng of abominations. The Nightwalker moved with ease and graceful precision, navigating the dark waters like a creature born in and for the depths. He certainly knew the rules. An idea slowly formed in Sonny's mind. He adjusted his battle strategy in order to always keep Neve in his sight, earning a few shallow scrapes as a result. Sonny was a talented fighter, possessing combat intelligence on par with the best of the best. He had plenty of insight into the underlying laws of conflict, and much better than that, his mastery of shadow dance allowed him to read most of his opponents like an open book. And that was exactly what he had been doing throughout this battle, like most of the battles of the Antarctica campaign. There were too many thralls around to truly grasp all of their patterns, but their rudimentary battle styles were also crude and unsophisticated. Sensing the movements of their shadows for a few moments was enough to gain a shallow but sufficient level of understanding. However, that approach might have been the wrong one today. So, instead of trying to shadow his enemies, Sonny concentrated his will on trying to shadow his ally. Neve's battle style was much more complex, profound, and refined in terms of scope and sophistication. It was up there with the most intricately designed combat arts Sonny had witnessed. As expected of a scion of a great clan, that style was not something that he could learn in mere seconds, or even several minutes. But even the few minor insights Sonny did gain were already enough to qualitatively change his performance. So that's how you do it. The lessons he learned from using shadow dance to study how the Nightwalker moved were not anything grand, but they were extremely valuable. What better teacher could there be than a man supposedly carrying the lineage of Storm God, the god of the depths? It was all about how his body related to the water, and how the water related to his body, how to position himself to cut through it unimpeded, and how to use the mass of water for his advantage. Shadow dance, and the harsh training Sonny had put himself through to master its first steps, made both his mind and body extremely malleable and adaptable. That was why he was able to quickly put what he had just learned into practice, changing minute details of how he moved, which muscles he strained, and the timing of sending targeted impulses of essence to reinforce them. Sonny was suddenly able to navigate the dark abyss much more freely. He felt more in control of his environment now, working with it instead of against it to achieve his goals. A massive nightmare creature lunged at him, its claws missing the target by a few centimeters just as Sonny had planned. He cut into the abomination and at the same time circled around it, using the carcass to hide from the next enemy. A moment later, the second thrall was dead, too. Good. But then, there was even more Sonny could do by fusing his unique abilities with what he had learned from Neve. Using the feather of truth to make himself lighter or heavier, he could float up or plummet deeper like a stone. Using shadow step, he could jump between the large abominations. He could even turn incorporeal and cling to their bodies as a shadow. If he used all of this smartly, the ocean would not be as inhospitable. In fact, it was even a little liberating. Being able to freely move in 3 dimensions instead of just 2 opened up all kinds of neat tricks he could pull. The only limit was his intellect, cunning, and imagination. "Get ready, bastards!" Brandishing the sin of solace, Sonny cut through the dark water to meet the attacking thralls. A pale smile appeared on his face. Chapter 1018, The Fall of Falcon Scott 36. 1018 The Fall of Falcon Scott 36. Sonny and Neve fought against the drowned guardians of the Terror, while Bloodwave assaulted the eerie flower of white cloth itself. From what Sonny could see, and he rarely got the chance to glance in that direction, embroiled in a furious and lethally dangerous battle of his own, the corrupted creature and the saint were at an impasse of sorts. The Terror did not seem to have a lot of physical power. His graceful petals possessed a harrowing strength, of course, but not enough to threaten the transcendent in his bestial form. Not all saint transformations were those of beasts, and out of the ones that were, not all possessed overwhelming physical might. But Bloodwave certainly did. The monstrous killer whale attacked again and again, and the pallid blossom avoided his teeth and fangs again and again. Its shorter petals danced, making the Terror glide away, moving in irrational and mesmerizing patterns. The sight of it was eerily beautiful. Its longer petals, though some of them hundreds of meters long, slithered through the crimson darkness like white tentacles, battering the great predator and trying to wrap themselves around his enormous body. Nevertheless, Bloodwave did not seem hindered. A few of them were already torn apart, swathes of billowing white cloth drifting silently into the dark depths. Some distance away from the 2 clashing giants, Sonny and Neve were feverishly battling the legion of hollow-eyed thralls. The cold abyss was littered with blooming clouds of blood and sliced remnants that floated around them like a morbid veil. Almost 100 abominations had already been slain, but twice as many still remained. Curse it. The Night Walker was a good partner in this battle, perhaps even the best Sonny could have hoped for. And yet, he still missed his shadows. Granted, neither would have been of much help in the depths of the ocean. Stone knights were not exactly the best divers, and neither were horses as far as he knew. Sonny, meanwhile, had grown somewhat confident about fighting underwater. He had managed to learn a few things by observing Neve, and understood how to deal with the unbearable pressure by borrowing from his experiences with the crushing. Everything was going well. Sonny decapitated another thrall, then spun, bringing the sin of solace in front of him. A creature that had been hidden by a cloud of blood suddenly lunged forward, only to impale itself on the jade giant he had sensed its shadow long before the abomination appeared in view. His lungs were burning, which was a concerning thing when one was deep, deep below the surface of the ocean. However, Sonny knew that it was just a sign of physical exertion. The essence pearl was still supplying him with a steady stream of air to breathe, and although he felt tired, that tiredness was nowhere near being debilitating. With every kill they made, the number of thralls attacking Sunny and Neve diminished. They had already survived the assault of the full 300, so fighting against the remaining two was much more manageable, and it would only grow more manageable soon. So why do I feel so uneasy? Sunny shivered, allowing himself to drift down for a brief moment. Indeed, despite the fact that they seemed to be prevailing, his heart was growing heavier with each kill. It did not make any logical sense, but nevertheless, Sunny's intuition seemed to be telling him that he was missing something. But what? There was not much time to think between the clashes with the abominable thralls, mostly because Sunny had to spend that time observing the dark waters around him and frantically calculating how and where to move in order to survive, as well as put himself in position for the next attack. And yet, the longer the battle went on, the more it felt as though something was not right. What is it? He would have said that it was too easy, but it was not. Fighting hundreds of menacing thralls underwater was one of the hardest and most demanding battles he had the misfortune of going through in the southern quadrant. Sunny was not only pushing his limits, he had ventured well past them, going so far as to learn an entirely new dimension of combat. Even then, it was barely enough to keep him alive. Perhaps it was the fact that the terror of Low 49 had yet to launch a devastating mental assault on them, or pull some other diabolical trick. Not that it was not already doing more than enough. In fact, the powers that the Pallid Blossom wielded were truly harrowing. It was controlling thousands of thralls that laid siege to the port, spreading its hex through the garrison of the fortress and the First Army soldiers manning the northern section of the wall, puppeteering hundreds of abominations that sought to kill Sunny and Neve, and fighting a powerful saint, all at the same time. It was just that Sunny had expected something more. The bitter defeat he had suffered at Low 49 left a mark on his heart. Although he did not want to admit it, the truth of the matter was that Sunny was afraid of the terror. Was that fear irrational? The marble shell gives me high protection against mental attacks. It is currently an ascended attribute, one rank below the terror, but it is also augmented by my shadows, Bloodwave and Neve. I don't know what tools they have to defend their minds, but anyone from a great clan has to have a great arsenal of memories at their disposal. Maybe the truth was just that simple. The three of them were too tough to be affected by the terror's greatest weapon. As he dispatched another thrall and briefly met Neve, the two of them grasping hands to propel each other in different directions, the Sin of Solace sighed. Such a fool! Sunny grimaced, raising the Jade Giant to meet another enemy. He had grown accustomed to the cursed sword striking at all his deepest insecurities, the lack of education and intelligence, mostly emotional, being one of them. However, why had the Sin of Solace spoken now? What was I thinking about? The three of them being highly resistant to the terror's most powerful means of attack, and before that about how many things the creature was doing at the same time, from fighting Bloodwave to controlling the assault on the port fortress. He continued to slay one thrall after another, becoming more and more distracted by the feeling of impending doom. His intuition was almost screaming now. I don't get it. I don't get it, damn. Sunny tore through a group of abominations, gritting his teeth. Luckily, there were much fewer of them left, so he had some space to think. Because of that, a random thought found its way into his mind. I wonder how Dale is doing. Then he froze, which almost cost him an eye. Dale and the other defenders of Falcon Scott must have obliterated a lot of the thralls on the shore by now. And here in the depths of the ocean, Sunny and Neve had killed their share as well. And the terror, which had been spread thin, controlling all of them, was freed from the burden of commanding the thralls. With each of its puppets the humans destroyed, the creature was gaining back the ability to concentrate all its powers into a single point. Suddenly chilled to the bone, Sunny turned around to see the battle between the terror and the saint. but he was a few moments too late. Chapter 1019. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 37. 1019. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 37. Some distance away, the ethereal flower suddenly swirled, its beautiful petals billowing outward like a current of white silk. Ghostly tentacles of flowing cloth shot toward the charging saint, too swift and insidious to dodge. As Sunny watched in fear, Bloodwave's head became enveloped by the silk, his glowing eyes disappearing from view. The body of the monstrous killer whale shuddered, moved weakly, and then grew strangely still. Gods! He saw something much more frightening as well. Two of the longer petals were already flying through the dark abyss, approaching Sunny and Neve. They were fast, too fast, inescapable. He had no time to dodge or even react. There were no thralls close enough to hide in their shadow, and not enough time to try and swim away. All Sunny managed to do was slash forward with the Sin of Solace. The jade blade met the white petal, cutting through the cloth. A small piece of it drifted away, but the petal was not slowed down at all. It seemed to unfurl into a vast expanse of billowing silk, surrounding Sunny from all sides. Then he was wrapped in the cold whiteness, encompassed and immobilized by it. The feeling of smooth satin brushing against his naked skin made Sunny shudder. Damna! Tian! Then the world grew still. The dark abyss of the ocean disappeared, replaced by an eternity of fluttering white cloth. His exhaustion and fear disappeared too. His memory, foresight, awareness, intent, and resolve were gone. His mind was empty. Sunny vaguely remembered having thoughts, desires, and hopes, but those words seemed senseless now, their meaning unfathomable. In fact, the word he had used to describe himself, Sunny, was meaningless too. What a strange one it was. Surrounded by billowing silk, he sensed movement. There were shadows moving around him. He was moving too, being drawn closer to the largest one. With each passing moment, his sense of self was dissolving more and more. Soon it would be gone completely. And then something new, something old, something darker, something waiting was going to take its place. He felt at peace with that. He felt empty. The emptiness was comforting. There was just one thing blemishing the peaceful white flawlessness of the empty satin world. A sinister, mocking voice. It whispered into his ear, gloating, "Here we go, a pathetic end for a pathetic fool." Spurred by the hateful voice, his own voice, Sunny suddenly remembered. Lost from light. That was his name. That one memory unlocked all the rest like a key. What is going on? He struggled against the white cloth enveloping his body, but it was hopeless. The terrifying understanding flooded his mind, making him remember what had happened and what was happening, what was probably about to happen. Sunny's consciousness was strangely split, one part of it sensing the reality of being dragged through the mass of water by one of the terror's petals, the other still lost in the endless expanse of billowing silk. He could feel a boundless alien presence encroaching upon both, seeing through his eyes, thinking his thoughts, and hungrily wanting for more. Its progress was slow and labored, but inevitable. Sunny tried to fight against the harrowing invader, throwing all of his willpower into a fierce assault, but it simply shattered against the vast, ancient, malevolent enormity of it like glass. Ah, not good. His thoughts were slowing down. Suspecting that fighting the terror in the mindscape was a futile endeavor, Sunny tried to free himself from the physical bonds instead. However, his arms were pressed tightly against his body, and the white cloth refused to part before the blade of the Sin of Solace, like the flesh of other nightmare creatures usually did. He wasn't going to cut through it while only being able to move his wrist a tiny bit. Curse it! Sunny could vaguely sense the shadows of Neve and Bloodwave some distance away from him. It seemed that he was the only one trying to struggle against the terror's petals. Both were probably still mesmerized. Why was he not then? The Sin of Solace and possessing a true name might have helped, but it could not have been the only reason. Bloodwave was the enigmatic saint's true name as well, and yet the monstrous killer whale was motionless. silently drifting on the currents in the dreadful embrace of white silk, which meant that this small degree of awareness was probably the result of Sunny's unreasonably high resistance to mental attacks. Even though he now shared his head with the terror, a part of his mind was still fighting against it. What good was it, though, since Sunny could neither free himself nor stop the creature from replacing his very self? As he was drawn closer and closer to the beautiful blossom of white silk, he could feel himself growing, insubstantial. With each moment his thoughts became less his own. His eyes stared at the silken veil moving on their own, as if something else was looking through them. Finally, Sunny felt true horror. He had been scared before, but never like this. Sensing something else take possession of his body while utterly helpless to resist the slow dissolution of his will. It was the realization of all his deepest, most guarded fears, and it was being done by the terror of Low 49, the hateful, abominable creature that had already defeated him once. Full of dark resentment, Sunny gritted his teeth and summoned two memories. That much he could still do, at least. One was a small lantern cut out of obsidian. The other was a fearsome mask of black lacquered wood, with vicious fangs and three sharp, twisting horns. Weaver's mask. Sunny had not called upon it in a long time. It frightened him as well, almost as much as the terror. Trying not to think about what he was about to do, Sunny activated the single enchantment of the shadow lantern, commanding it to devour all light around it. There was no light to devour in the dark abyss, but that was not what he wanted. What he really wanted was for the divine memory to gobble up as much of his essence as it could. The shadow lantern burned through most of the essence Sunny had in the time it took the white tendril of silk to bring him to the pallid blossom. There was very little of it left, now. Sunny felt like his mind was almost gone. Struggling to wrestle control of his face from the terrifying presence, he forced himself to grin. He wanted that smile to be menacing, but all it ended up being was weak and scared. A pity. He sensed a vast shadow that was full of harrowing wrongness looming close and thought, "You wanted to see through my eyes. Well then, look." With that, Sunny reached into Weaver's mask and activated its second enchantment. Where is my eye? Chapter 1020. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 38. 1020. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 38. Sunny had never even thought about using that deadly enchantment after the first time. Back then, moments before falling into the sky below, he had activated it out of sheer desperation. His gamble had paid off, but it almost cost him his life. Where is my eye? Allowed the wearer of the mask to gaze upon the tapestry of fate in all its harrowing glory. The endless, beautiful eternity of twisting threads transfixed all existence, stretching infinitely in every direction, as well as into the past, present, and future. It connected everyone and everything like an inconceivable, unknowable web weaver might have been capable of witnessing the great tapestry. But mere mortals like Sunny were not. A single moment of looking at fate had almost caused his mind to collapse. If his essence had not run out after that single moment, he would certainly have been killed, his head exploding in the most violent fashion. Luckily, he had gotten off easy by only experiencing unimaginable pain and pure agony, the memory of which still made him shudder. The terror was very welcome to try doing the same. As the last of Sunny's essence was disappearing, causing him to experience painful backlash, the inconceivable sight of the great tapestry of fate superimposed itself through and above the world. It was as stunning, breathtaking, and utterly overwhelming as he had remembered. However, funnily enough, Sunny saw the beautiful threads differently this time. To him, they seemed like nothing but chains now. Granted, he did not linger trying to look, only catching a small glimpse of the cosmic tapestry. Prepared for what was to come, Sunny used a little, but rather devious trick. His consciousness was still split between reality and the illusion of the endless expanse of billowing white silk that the terror had created to mesmerize its prey. So, Sonny made himself blind to the actual world, concentrating entirely on the illusory realm of pure whiteness. That was why the terror, who had almost stolen his body and was now looking upon the world through his eyes, was the only one to gaze upon the harrowing infinity. Sonny felt the white silk enveloping him quiver, as if the pallid blossom was convulsing. Even though his head was full of splitting pain because of that one short glimpse of the strings of fate, his weak smile finally turned into a real grin. "Look well, wretch." A split second later, his essence ran dry and the deadly enchantment deactivated. The tapestry of fate disappeared, and Sonny suddenly found himself freed from the alien presence devouring his mind. Or rather, it was still there, but now stunned and writhing in pain. The physical binding of white silk that wrapped his body had come a little loose as well. Not wasting a single moment, Sonny used that slack to thrust his hand forward. The tip of the sin of solace pierced the wall of the cloth prison, and then moved upward, cutting a vertical rift in it. A second later, he sliced the white petal open and burst into the dark water, incredibly happy to be in the oppressive embrace of the dark ocean once again. Sonny hastily studied his surroundings, knowing that he did not have much time. Witnessing the tapestry of fate had not killed him as an awakened monster, so he doubted that it would kill a corrupted terror if that was truly what the dreadful flower of silk was. In any case, the creature would most likely not stay stunned for too long. Currently, the pallid blossom seemed to be seizing, its petals contorting in grotesque convulsions. The graceful harmony of their eerily beautiful dance had been broken, replaced instead by chaotic and jittery movements devoid of any logic. The thralls appeared to be pained and disoriented too. Looking at the agony consuming the abominable creature, Sonny became even more convinced that fate was something that only gods were meant to see. Or maybe no one at all. If even a corrupted abomination of great and terrible power was reduced to a convulsing mess, what hope did mere humans have of withstanding the sight of eternity? Shrugging off his own pain, Sonny glanced briefly at Neve and Bloodwave. They seemed to be showing signs of life, but had not even begun trying to free themselves yet. Chances were, the terror would come to its senses before they ever could. He had to finish the battle himself. Gripping the hilt of the sin of solace, Sonny propelled himself forward. He fought against the weakness that had been left behind by draining all of his essence, pushing his body through the water as fast as he could. The nimble catch had turned into a useless piece of net, its active enchantment silent. Luckily, the enchantment of the essence pearl was a passive one, so he could still breathe. His muscles and his lungs were burning by the time he reached the white flower. It had only been a dozen seconds or so, but the convulsions of the billowing petals were already growing weaker. Feeling cold terror grasp his heart, Sonny gritted his teeth and dove into the mass of white silk. His goal was the small shape hidden in the center of the petals. Swimming between the dancing swathes of white cloth, Sonny could not shake the feeling that he would be caught again at any moment, that his mind would be devoured and his will would be replaced by something alien and vile. Nevertheless, he pushed forward. After an eternity of fear, he finally reached the heart of the pallid blossom, and there he saw. Sonny froze for a moment. In front of him was a shape wrapped in white silk. He could see the vague contours of a human body, desiccated and short in stature. It was feminine and small, almost delicate. Pressed tightly against the wrappings, a hint of a face could be discerned. Two hollow pits where eyes should have been, and a larger one of a mouth that seemed to be open in a silent, eternal scream. A cold understanding suddenly dawned on him. Looking at the expanse of white cloth extending from the wrapped body, he realized that what he had thought to be a flower was not a flower at all. It was simply a great burial shroud of white silk, its sleeves and draping drifting in the cold, dark water. Sonny lingered only for a split second, then grabbed onto the desiccated body, coming face to face with it, and drove his sword through its heart. A strange, sorrowful sensation overwhelmed him for a moment. Then, the white cloth around Sonny suddenly exploded with frenetic motion, and soon grew still. In the silence that followed, the spell whispered solemnly into his ear, "You have slain a corrupted terror." Chapter 1021. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 39. 1021. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 39. The voice of the spell resounded in the boundless darkness of the ocean, making Sonny shudder. "You have slain a corrupted terror, Sibyl of the fallen grace. Your shadow grows stronger." As the veiled body drifted down, wreathed in billowing white silk, one last whisper brushed against his ears. "You have received a memory." The terror was falling down, deeper and deeper into the cold abyss. Sonny spared one last glance at the pallid blossom of the great burial shroud, knowing that it would be consumed forever by the dark depths soon. Then he turned away and tiredly pushed himself in the opposite direction. Sonny was not in great shape. His mind was slowly recovering from the dreadful mental assault, but his head was in the throes of a splitting headache, thanks to catching the smallest glimpse of the tapestry of fate. His body felt weak and feverish, still suffering from the backlash of draining all of his essence. There were the remnants of the trauma caused by touching a nightmare gate, as well. Sonny felt like he was about to cough his lungs out. Holding it back was not an easy task. And yet a hint of dark, somber glee still managed to overcome the cold numbness that encompassed his battered mind. "I did it. I killed that vile thing." In the end, he ended the terror with his own hands. The stain of their disastrous first meeting had not been erased, but his failure at Low 49 was. Vindicated now, somewhat, or rather, it would be if he managed to return to the surface alive. Which, looking at the dark expanse of the ocean around him, Sonny was not sure that he would be able to do. Curses, the terror, Sibyl of the fallen grace, was dead and drifting lifelessly into the lightless depths. However, its thralls had not perished with their master. They seemed directionless and sapped of power, but there were still almost 100 of them left. In his current state, and especially without the active enchantment of the nimble catch, Sonny did not count his chances against the creatures as high. A dark grimace contorted his pale face. "Essence. I need essence." Even knowing that it would not be enough, Sonny dismissed Weaver's mask and the shadow lantern. A tiny stream of essence fell into the arid desert of his drained soul and was instantly consumed by his body. The feeling of weakness diminished a little, but not nearly enough to change the situation. The thralls were already coming to their senses, their hollow eyes peering through the mass of dark water at Sonny, Bloodwave, and Neve. Some had begun moving in their direction, full of murderous intent. Bloodwave and Neve. Sonny glanced at his companions, hoping against all hope to see them up and about. Neve was still stunned, drifting listlessly on the currents. The Saint, however, as Sonny watched, the monstrous killer whale flinched, then jerked his head sideways. The span of white cloth still wrapped around it slid off, revealing the great beast's glowing blue eyes. For a moment they seemed disoriented, but then sharp intelligence shone through the fog of confusion, obliterating it. An indignant growl escaped from Bloodwave's mouth as he gazed at the drowning remains of the terror and the approaching swarm of the liberated thralls. The Saint lingered for a moment, then moved his giant body and shielded Sonny from the enemies with its bulky mass. The enormous jaws snapped, pulverizing the fastest of the approaching nightmare creatures. Then the killer whale surged forward to meet the rest of them. In the next couple of minutes, a one-sided massacre took place in the dark depths. Sonny realized in the first few seconds that his participation wasn't required. Instead of getting in the way, he swam closer to Neve, grabbed him, and dragged both of them further away from the boiling battlefield. Sunless. The Nightwalker's voice sounded weak in his mind, but he was conscious at least. Sonny nodded, then turned the two of them so that Neve could see his uncle obliterating the thralls. After a few seconds of silence, he heard the Nightwalker's voice again. "What about the terror?" Sonny thought for a moment, then dragged his finger across his throat. "Ah, good." The two of them watched silently as Bloodwave tore the 100 abominations to shreds. Watching a saint in action was a sobering experience, to say the least. Sonny shuddered at the thought of having to battle someone like that directly, and yet, the terror of Low 49 had dealt with the fearsome Transcendent, only to end up being dealt with by Sonny. So, don't get a big head now. Sonny was all but certain that Mordred had already killed a saint. However, knowing how diabolical that fiend was, that clash might not have been a direct battle either. On the other hand, Sonny could easily imagine the Prince of Nothing doing exactly that and crushing a Transcendent in a straightforward fight somehow in order to terrify the rest of his enemies and break their wills. Would Sonny be able to do the same? T have no reason to find out. He had no desire to kill saints. If anything, Sonny wanted to have more of them around. The more, the merrier. The position of the First Army in eastern Antarctica was much better than here, in this godforsaken hell, and the Second Army was already on its way. However, the chain of nightmares was far from being over. Who knew what would happen in the coming months? It had taken Bloodwave no more than 2 minutes to annihilate the thralls. Sonny had thought that the saint would rest for a bit after having to fight a corrupted terror and its minions, but the great predator did not waste any time. Returning to where Sonny and Neve were floating, he studied the two masters with one of his giant glowing eyes, then shifted slightly. The tall fin that they had ridden into the depths was now right in front of them. Sonny helped Neve find a handhold, then tiredly clutched the steel armor himself. Time to go back. The pallid shape of the slain terror had long ago disappeared from view, devoured by the lightless depths. The mangled corpses of the thralls still drifted around them, slowly being carried away by the currents. Ignoring them, the giant killer whale bellowed and surged forward. This time he was moving up. Chapter 1022, The Fall of Falcon Scott 40. 1022, The Fall of Falcon Scott 40. On the way back, Sonny couldn't help but retreat inside himself. He did not know what was happening on the surface, whether the port fortress still stood, whether the devouring cloud had breached the walls of the city. The very idea of a world outside of the cold, dark, muted, oppressive abyss of the ocean seemed strange and distant. Chances were, he would have to fight again as soon as Bloodwave delivered them under the walls of Falcon Scott. However, Sonny was too tired both physically and mentally to care. He just wanted to forget about everything and rest, at least for a short while. Luckily, the killer whale seemed to be moving much slower as they ascended from the depths. That most likely was done for the benefit of Sonny and Neve. Even though they were masters, they were still fundamentally humans. Neither would have died from the decompression sickness, but it could do a lot of damage to their already strained and battered bodies. Actually, Sonny was not sure if he was even susceptible to the bends, considering how strange and tenacious his blood was. However, he welcomed the short moment of respite. Somber and unchanging, the dark ocean remained the same as they retreated from its cold depths. The only difference Sonny could feel was the slow, gradual lessening of the pressure that weighed on him like a slab of stone. With each minute, his body seemed to become a little lighter, and breathing was a little easier. He closed his eyes, allowing the cold currents to carry him. Right, there was a memory. I should, probably, study it before we return to the battlefield. Sonny was in no shape to fight, but he might have no choice but to join the battle soon. He had to use any advantage there. He summoned the runes and watched as they shimmered in the darkness, slowly forming into coherent shapes. Before turning his attention to the memories, he briefly checked the list of shadows. Both saint and nightmare seemed to be alive. Relieved, Sunny let out a mental sigh and looked up. A new set of runes appeared at the end of the list of his memories. Memory, shroud of graceless dusk. He lingered for a moment. That was the second memory in his arsenal, named after a burial garb. Was the spell trying to insinuate something? Too apathetic to care, Sunny shrugged and continued to read. Memory rank, transcendent. Memory tier, Roman 6. Memory type, armor. He closed his eyes again for a moment. A transcendent memory of the 6th tier was the strongest he had ever received after slaying an enemy. Of course, it was, since Sibyl of the Fallen Grace was the strongest enemy he had ever slain. There was the spawn of the vile thieving bird as well, but Sunny did not really consider that victory a true, honestly earned kill. In any case, the shroud of graceless dusk had to be an extremely potent memory, and it was an armor, to something that he desperately lacked at the moment. Lucky. Somewhat encouraged, he opened his eyes and looked back at the runes. Memory description. Sibyls were the heralds of the gods and conduits of divine grace. Many mysteries were known to them, and so were many truths. There was one being, though, who knew much more, the graceless caitiff, demon of dread. He knew every truth there was, because he knew everyone's fear, even that of the gods. And so, seeking salvation from the end, the Sibyls abandoned the mortal realm and guided their people on a long and arduous journey. They led them far away across the lands consumed by war, to the tomb of Ariel. There they found solace, safety, and shelter. In time, the voices of the gods grew silent one after another, leaving behind only a vast and dreadful silence. That was how the Sibyls embraced the estuary, and that was how they fell. Sunny frowned. That guy again. Now, he was all but certain that the region of the dream realm where the chain of nightmares had originated, and the black pyramid hidden within, had something to do with Ariel, the demon of dread. Was the pyramid really his tomb, then? How would a demon die, and who would build him an opulent grave? And what did the great river that allegedly flowed back in time have to do with any of that? Its estuary was mentioned in the description of the stifled scream as a place where a dreadful secret had been hidden. Was this the same estuary? The Sibyls had been, apparently, some sort of oracles that received revelations from the gods. Once the gods died, those revelations obviously stopped. The timing didn't really make sense, though, because the tomb of Ariel had seemingly existed long before that. Mysterious. With a tired sigh, Sunny tried to ignore the myriad of questions and turned his attention to the enchantments of the graceless dusk. There were no less than 6 of them. Enchantments: blessing of mind, blessing of soul, blessing of spirit, blessing of flesh, sublime silk, blessing of dusk. Somewhat invigorated, he studied the descriptions. Blessing of mind, enchantment description. This memory enhances one's mental acuity. Blessing of soul, enchantment description. This memory enhances one's rate of passive soul essence replenishment. Blessing of spirit, enchantment description. This memory enhances one's ability to endure and recover from mental fatigue. Blessing of flesh, enchantment description. This memory enhances one's ability to endure and recover from physical fatigue. Sublime silk, enchantment description. This memory is woven out of sublime, mystical silk. It is impervious and possesses a beautiful splendor. Blessing of dusk, enchantment description. This memory carries the blessing of dusk, last Sibyl of the estuary. The wearer can establish a mental connection with another being to hear their voice and thoughts, or make their own be heard. Sunny blinked a couple of times and then apathetically dismissed the runes. Well, I'd say it's a jackpot. The shroud of graceful dusk was an incredible memory indeed. Its value was only increased by the fact that all but the last of its enchantments were passive, a rare case for memories of the higher ranks. The silk garment would enhance Sunny's thinking, passive essence regeneration, as well as make him tire less and recover from fatigue faster. He would also be able to communicate with other people, or maybe even creatures, telepathically, which was an incredibly valuable ability. If there was one thing about the graceless dusk that made Sunny feel a bit regretful, it was that it did not seem to be oriented toward battle, and instead gifted the wearer with great utility outside of it. That was not too strange, since there were a lot of armor-type memories like that. Still, a transcendent one, even if it was made of fabric instead of steel, would not be too shabby, and he was already thinking about how to use the blessing of dusk to cause savage mental shock to people. Sunny had plenty of harrowing experiences to share through a mental link. As he thought about that, the temperature of the ocean surrounding him subtly changed. Looking up, Sunny could see dim lights through the mass of water. They were approaching the surface. Chapter 10:23. The Fall of Falcon Scott 41. Sunny crawled onto the shore and lay on the cold stones of the pebble beach for a bit, breathing heavily. It was incredibly nice to lie on solid ground again, but at the same time his body felt heavy and cumbersome. A part of it had to do with spending some time in the depths of the ocean, and a part of it was simply because he was still tired and low on essence. Curse it! He had enough sense left, at least, to let one shadow slide off his body and take a look around to make sure that there were no enemies in his immediate vicinity. There were none, at least not close by. There was only Neve, who seemed to be doing a little bit better than Sunny. The Nightwalker took a few deep breaths, then slowly sat up. We actually made it. Gods, I really did not expect to live through this one. He glanced at Sunny, receiving a vague gesture of confirmation. Sunny shared the feeling. Neve grasped his shoulder for a moment, then asked with a hint of morbid curiosity in his voice, "Lo, did you manage to kill that horror anyway? Such a devastating mental attack." Even Uncle failed to resist it. Sunny remained motionless for a few seconds, pushed himself off the ground with a tired groan, and glanced at the Scion of Night somberly. Spitting out the essence pearl, he then grimaced and said, "I guess it was just fate. That fiend was fated to die by my hand, and so fate helped me kill it." Neve smiled weakly, then looked away. "Never took you for a fatalist." That was when a third figure rose from the water. Bloodwave walked onto the shore, his eyes glinting with shades of deep blue and indigo. Drops of water were rolling down his smooth ebony skin, contours of steel muscles clearly visible under it. The saint remained silent for a few moments, looking into the distance. Then he sighed and suddenly disappeared. A strong gale threw a scattering of pebbles into the air, making Sunny cover his face with his hand. What is that speed?" He lowered his hand and looked in the direction where Bloodwave had dashed. Slowly his face grew still. "No," Neve's voice sounded defeated. The shore around them was empty. Here and there, a few dead nightmare creatures lay on the ground, their blood steaming in the cold. Snowflakes were dancing in the air as they fell from the empty sky. There were no brood beasts in sight, and the roar of the distant cannonade was much quieter titan it had been when they left. All good signs. However, the illusion of peace was destroyed when one saw the port fortress that loomed some distance away. A large section of its wall was torn asunder and collapsed, and most of the lights that had illuminated the battlements were now dark. There was movement in the breach, silhouettes who looked like people walking between the rubble with unsteady steps. Beyond that, Sunny could see nothing else. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN AV YE LWRRLDSRM Cyrillic letter 455H RULDN ATB Cyrillic Ye Cyrillic letter 456 GNRR YD. Remembering the sight of the vast crowd of frightened refugees cowering in the courtyard, he felt his heart turn cold. The battle was over, at least. Otherwise, Bloodwave would have already been rampaging among the remaining abominations. The ships anchored near the fortress were intact as well. Whatever damage had been done to the port did not reach them. Sunny stood up with a stagger, then dismissed the essence pearl and the nimble catch. Black threads surrounded his body, soon turning into the gray fabric of the puppeteer's shroud. Glancing at the crestfallen Nightwalker, he said evenly, "Let's go." The two of them slowly made their way to the fortress. As they approached, more details became visible. The bodies of the thralls littered the ground, mangled and torn apart. There were much more of them here than there had been protecting the terror, thousands of them, all slain despite their dreadful power. It seemed that the defenders of the fort had not surrendered even a single meter of the approach without making the abominations pay a steep price. Sonny saw nightmare creatures of all kinds among the felled thralls, some of them large enough to make him shiver. There were human bodies among them, as well the former residents of Low 49, who had finally found their final resting place thousands of kilometers away from the distant research base. Perhaps they would have been glad to lay on solid ground again, as well, instead of floating endlessly in the lightless abyss of the ocean. When Sonny and Neve walked closer to the breached wall of the fortress, they saw the bodies of the First Army soldiers among the dead thralls, too. Mundane humans, awakened. There were too many of them to count. Sonny felt a bitter feeling grasp his heart. This was a part of his victory as well. He had been proud, gleeful, and elated after killing the hateful, corrupted terror, happy to receive a powerful memory. However, his victory was made possible because most of the creature's drowned guard had been drawn away by the defenders of the port. While Sonny was fighting the Sibyl in the depths of the ocean, these men and women were dying here on the shore to give him a fighting chance. That did not diminish his accomplishment. However, it did put it in perspective, cruelly so. Suddenly, Sonny remembered something Master Jet had told him once, years ago, while driving him to the gates of the academy. No one can survive in the dream realm alone. The waking world. It's no different from the dream realm these days, is it? Maybe it never had been. Passing between the soldiers that were walking among the bodies, recovering the dead humans and hopelessly searching for wounded survivors, Sonny climbed the rubble to enter the breach and looked at the courtyard of the fortress that was revealed behind it. The refugees were alive, pressed against the opposite wall of the yard and pale with terror. There was a light barricade built to shield them from any potential enemy, with soldiers vigilantly standing guard behind it. The battle seemed to have been the most fearsome just beyond the breach. An actual mountain of corpses was piled up where the defenders had made a desperate last stand, refusing to let the thralls reach the civilians. Sonny descended into the courtyard and looked around forlornly. He found Vern's body soon. The enthralled master was laying on his back, staring at the sky with empty, glassy eyes. His ribcage, shoulder, and skull were crushed by some devastating blunt weapon. He was finally, and mercifully, truly dead. Dale was laying nearby, too. Sonny almost failed to recognize the irregular captain without his bulky armor. The memories, of course, had disappeared after the owner's death, and because the body was terribly mangled. However, the insignia of an ascendant of the First Army could still be discerned on the bloodied sleeve of his bodysuit. Gritting his teeth, Sonny took a few steps forward and kneeled near the mangled body. He did not really know what to do. The wind was picking up, making his shiver. Sonny remained silent for a while and then said quietly, "You, rest well now, Master Dale, you did well. Your nightmare is over." Chapter 10:24, The Fall of Falcon Scott 42. The Fall of Falcon Scott 42. The second week of the siege was over. A few days ago, the devouring cloud had been eliminated. The terror of L049 had been slain on the same day as well. More people had been evacuated. More people were being evacuated still. The siege capital still stood, firmly in human hands and mostly unbroken. Sonny was in a familiar office in the underground government complex, the same one where he had met the rest of the irregular officers before the siege started. The office was much the same, with only the image projected on the false window changed. It was still showing the view of the city, Only now, there were fewer people on the streets. The blizzard was picking up again too, so the visibility wasn't great. There was also one more vacant chair. There were currently only 3 people inside: Sunny, Jet, and Winter. The 3 of them were not enough for the large room, so it felt painfully empty. Winter's eyes were hidden behind her sunglasses. This was the first time Sunny saw her after the day of the battle with the devouring cloud. He hesitated for a while, then forced himself to say, "Dale, he was a good man." She turned her head slightly and stared at him for a while. Probably. Sunny could not really see where she was looking. Eventually, Winter sighed and briefly touched her forearm, where an edge of a tattoo could be seen peeking out from beneath the rolled sleeve of her bodysuit. "It's all right. I knew that the fool was going to get himself killed eventually. There were 6 of us at the start, you know." She grew quiet for a bit, then shook her head. "Back at the academy. Then there were only 2 of us left after the second nightmare, and now there's just me. I'll probably be dead soon, too. No regrets, though, as long as it's for a good cause." Her voice sounded as laid back as usual, but Sunny could sense a bit of strain in it. "I am sorry," Winter smiled. "If you're really sorry, little devil, make sure to stay alive. You're too young and elite to die. Reaper, you too. I mean, you two try to stay alive, not that you're young and cute." Master Jet laughed. "Well, if you insist, I'll have to give it a try. Might be a bit problematic, though." They remained silent for a few moments, enjoying the relaxed atmosphere. All 3 had been fighting with very little rest in between combat shifts for the past few days, so this meeting was a bit of a reprieve, if nothing else. Soul Reaper sighed and glanced at her datapad. "I'll update you on the current state of things. Most of the information has been sent to your communicators, so take a look at it later. The important stuff is, the wall is still holding, but just barely. 3 breaches have turned into 5, as you must know. Army Command expects that we won't lose control of the defensive barrier unless something catastrophic happens, though." Winter raised a hand, interrupting her. "What's the point of talking about it? Let's just get to the actual business. The priority targets. Hey, 2 out of 5 are dealt with. Sunny killed the terror, while the brood mommy and brood daddy of the devouring cloud were done in by you, Sunny, and Mongrel. That's great news. What about the other 3, though?" Master Jet lingered for a bit. "Actually, that's why I called you in today. The Heart of Darkness seems to have disappeared, so we don't have to worry about it yet. Maybe that thing won't reach Falcon Scott before we retreat. Goliath, on the other hand, was supposed to show up yesterday. He has been moving very slowly recently, however, for whatever reason, so the time window changed. We should expect the big bastard to arrive tomorrow or the day after that." An uncomfortable silence settled in the underground office. Winter broke it by whistling. "Speaking of something catastrophic happening, huh? Are you sure we can handle a Titan?" Soul Reaper lingered for a while. "Don't fret. Sunny and I will handle him. Saint Bloodwave agreed to come out of the water to assist, too, if we need him. He's not as powerful on land, but a transcendent is a transcendent. Overall, it seems like the situation is not entirely hopeless. The First Army has suffered heavy casualties in the past 2 weeks, true, but no more than Army Command expected. The evacuation is also only a little bit behind schedule. I'd say that as long as Tyrus continues to keep the winter beast at bay, we have a real chance of pulling this off." Sunny shifted in his seat. "How is she doing anyway?" Master Jet gave Hint a long look and thought before answering. Her voice was a bit wistful. "Well, Sky Tide is doing fine. White Feather lost a lot of people during the battle with the devouring cloud, but her husband and immediate family survived. Roan will be out of commission for a couple more weeks, sadly. Coincidentally, the House of Night lost many awakened on the same day as well. The forces of the great clans here are diminished, but they still pack a bite. Their heavy hitters are all alive." Sunny let out a sigh of relief. He had been somewhat worried about St. Tyrus and Master Roan. It was good to hear that both of them were fine. Soul Reaper yawned, then put her datapad on the table and gave him a poignant look. Back to Goliath, though. How is that project of yours coming along? He stared at her for a moment or two. That depends. Have you gotten those memories I requested? Jet winced. No, there are a lot of sleepers that need to be armed and a lot of memories being lost every shift, with people carrying them dying before having a chance to transfer anything. I'll be able to receive a few in a couple of days, but we probably don't have that long. Sunny sighed, then gave her a bitter smile. That's fine. The project is all but finished. I have a few spare memories as an emergency replacement. It's just that I would have preferred not to waste them. Winter gave them both a curious look. Are you two talking in code? What project? What memories? You guys are not trying to buy a boat on the black market and sail into the sunset together, are you? Soul Reaper grinned. Just a little something Sunny has cooked up in that devious head of his to solve our Titan problem. I'll tell you if we have some free time today. She glanced at the clock, the smile disappearing from her face. That said, you should go get to it, Sunny. Don't linger. Army Command has been known to make wrong estimations before. He nodded, then stood up and spared the two women one last glance. They were probably not going to see each other again until Goliath showed up, and maybe never again after. He remained silent for a moment, then smiled. We don't need to buy a boat on the black market, by the way. My Rhino is a fully amphibious vehicle, so it can take us over the strait no problem, as long as nothing swallows it on the way, of course. Anyway, if something happens, you are both invited, so. With that, he winked and hurriedly left the office. Once Sunny was outside, however, his smile disappeared and was replaced by an expression of focused concentration. This is it then. No more time to waste. Chapter 1025. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 43. 1025. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 43. Sunny followed the network of underground tunnels to reach the barracks, and then emerged from them near where the Rhino was parked. Breathing in the cold air, he spent a moment to enjoy the lack of desire to cough. The strange trauma he had received after touching the nightmare gate was all but gone now, and walked forward through the darkness. Snow was crunching under his feet. Weird. Is this a good sign or a bad sign? The street illumination in the city often went awry because of the numerous gates outside and within the wall. Usually, the army technicians and civilian personnel would fix and replace the damaged components promptly, but this section was barely lit. No one seemed to have cleaned the snow in a while, either. Had the state of the city deteriorated to the point where no one bothered with these things anymore, or was it simply the result of so many people having already been evacuated? By now, only about a third of the initial 200 million remained trapped in Falcon Scott. Maybe the person assigned to maintain this small corner of the city was already safely across the strait, with no one to replace them. Perhaps it was both. Glancing at the dark sky, Sunny rubbed his face and walked toward the Rhino. The last few days had been hectic. By all accounts, he should have been dead tired and on the verge of collapsing from sleep deprivation. However, Sunny felt fine. In fact, he felt rather great. His body was full of vigor and vitality while his mind was fresh and focused. The reason, of course, was the shroud of graceless dusk. He glanced down, studying the transcendent memory. The graceless dusk looked like a simple tunic of fine, soft silk. He had expected it to be white, but to his surprise, the tunic turned out to be of a rich and beautiful black color, with intricate patterns embroidered along its collar, hem, and sleeve edges with silver thread. The hem reached just below his knees, while the sleeves ended at his elbows. The tunic was tied at the waist by an unadorned cord of black silk, and came with a pair of dainty shoes made of the same fabric, with a soft sole that was more suited for a well-tended garden than wilderness. Sunny enjoyed the fact that it allowed him to move around without making the slightest noise. The shoes only looked dainty, too. The black silk that the tunic and the shoes were made of was light and soft, but more durable than tempered steel. Sonny had tested how impervious it was exactly, and was surprised to find out that the cruel sight could not pierce the thin fabric no matter how hard he tried. It did not burn, get wet, dissolve in acid, or suffer damage from any other elemental attacks he had at his disposal. Only the sin of Solace managed to cut the black silk, and even then with a lot of trouble. Which was not to say that the graceless dusk could serve as a good suit of combat armor. The tunic itself left his forearms, shins, head, and neck exposed, while the soft shoes only covered his feet and ankles. Worse than that, neither were rigid while the black silk was very hard to pierce. It did nothing to stop blunt attacks and concussive trauma. The marble shell could deal with that to some extent, but it was still not an ideal situation. However, Sonny did not really care. The graceless dusk did not make any noise and was extremely light, not constraining his movements at all. More importantly, the other benefits of the transcendent garment far outweigh its lackluster defense. The four blessings were a great boon, as well as the reason why he felt so invigorated despite the recent lack of rest and sleep. The blessing of flesh and the blessing of spirit made him tire much slower, both mentally and physically, while the time he needed to recover from fatigue was drastically cut. In the days after the battle with the devouring cloud, Sonny had only slept for a couple of hours at best, and yet he felt very refreshed and energized. The blessing of soul, meanwhile, boosted the rate at which his essence regenerated. That was an awfully pleasant and valuable benefit, especially here in Antarctica. Finally, there was the blessing of mind. That one was the strangest, but also the most powerful. The enchantment did not exactly make him smarter or more insightful, but it did make his mind more productive. It was as though there were several compartments within his head now, each capable of running a separate task concurrently as long as it was not too demanding. That made simple calculations and analyzing clear information easier and faster. The effect was not new to Sonny, since he had been doing more or less the same thing for a long time, in order to control his shadows. Lai was long used to perceiving and comprehending the world from several different viewpoints, which all but required him to sort of split his consciousness into several streams. However, after doing some research due to the graceless dusk, he had discovered that most people found such a task to be hard, or even impossible. In any case, his already deviant ability to partition his mind and multitask was boosted even further by the blessing of mind. Needless to say, all of that was extremely useful when applied to weaving. With his mental capacity increased and his essence regenerating at a much faster rate, Sonny had finally been able to crack the case and turn the devil's needle into a memory. He was not sure that he would have been able to achieve quite the same result without the boost provided by the four blessings. There was the fifth blessing, too, the blessing of dusk. This active enchantment was a very insidious one. It allowed Sonny to establish a telepathic connection with another person, or even several, to communicate with them through words and other, more crude means of sharing information such as emotions and vague images. Sadly, he could not simply read their minds, since the communications had to be intentional. That said, the recipients of the link were also unable to refuse it if Sonny wanted. He could bombard them with the most gruesome and loud thoughts, causing something akin to a mental shock. Those with weaker minds were outright stunned, while those with resilience and discipline were at least bound to be disoriented. Of course, the first person Sonny had tried to communicate with telepathically was Saint. To his disappointment, the blessing of dusk did not work on her at all, probably due to the shadow's immunity to mind attacks. He still did not know what was going on in that beautiful onyx head of hers. And speaking of Saint, entering the dark interior of the rhino, Sonny called the taciturn night forth. She stepped out of his shadow, the plume of her helmet brushing against the vehicle's roof. Suddenly, the massive app seemed cramped and narrow. Looking up at his loyal devil, Sonny smiled. "Are you hungry? How about a late-night snack?" Chapter 1026. The Fall of Falcon Scott 44. 1026. The Fall of Falcon Scott 44. The graceful knight stared at him indifferently, not showing any reaction. The ruby jewels of her eyes glowed with menacing crimson flames, revealing no emotion. Sonny sighed. "Oh, come on. Don't you understand what is happening? Just emote, please. It won't kill you, I think." Saint remained silent and as aloof as ever, causing his heart to ache. Cursing under his breath, Sonny looked away and summoned the runes. The shimmering symbols appeared in the air in front of him. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Ascended. Class, Devil. Shadow Cores, 4/7. Shadow Fragments, 2973/4000. Memories, Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard, Extraordinary Rock, Prowling Thorn, Endless Spring, Dark Wing, Moonlight Shard, Weaver's Mask, Broken Oath, Autumn Leaf, Cruel Sight, Covetous Coffer, Heavenly Burden, Memory of Fire, Memory of Ice, Strike of Thunder, Morgan's Warbow, Shadow Lantern, Bone Singer, Shadow Chair, Overpriced Saddle, Dying Wish, Sin of Solace, Bitter Cusp, Stifled Scream, Weaver's Needle, Essence Pearl. Nimble Catch, Shroud of Graceless Dusk, Siege Souvenir, Incessant Seeker. His shadow fragments were already closing in on 3,000. That was not the important part, though. Sonny studied the list of his memories with a pained expression, then looked down and concentrated on Saint's name. Shadow, Onyx Saint, Shadow Fragments, 196/200. He was so close. She was only 3.5 fragments away from saturating the counter. Sadly, there was no time to hunt for memories anymore. There was no time for Saint to slowly recover in his care in case she got wounded, either, which was why he had not sent her to defend the wall in the last couple of days. Sonny could have gone and begged for a few memories from people he knew, but there was no need. He had been prepared to fail to reach his goal on time. All it meant was that he had to sacrifice several memories of his own. The problem was that he cherished all of his memories. They were all useful in their own way. Some were integral to his battle prowess. Some were a form of insurance for unexpected situations. The Dark Wing and the Heavenly Burden, for example, were far from stellar memories, however. He needed them in case there was no way to avoid an aerial fight. Other memories possessed useful accoutrements that he wanted to replicate one day. Some memories Sonny had outgrown, but was attached to them sentimentally. More than that, he hoped to pass them on to Rain should she become a sleeper. Really, there was only one useless memory in his arsenal, the Silver Bell. However, Sonny was reluctant to sacrifice it. That was the first memory he had ever obtained, and the first memory he had changed with sorcery. It was also a memento that reminded him of happier times. It's just a dormant memory of the second tier, too. Consuming it won't satiate Saint at all. Nevertheless, he had to sacrifice something. In the end, Sonny sighed bitterly and summoned 3 memories. A heavy kunai, a glistening gem made of polished red coral, and an arrow with green fletching appeared in front of him. The last one was the Incessant Seeker, an ascended arrow of the second tier he had received recently. It was as powerful as the Strike of Thunder, but possessed enchantments that guided it toward a single target and enhanced the damage dealt to that sole enemy, which was a real boon. However, Sonny had many other ways to deal high damage to a single target. The second memory was the Broken Oath. As always, Sonny winced when its soul-eroding aura started slowly dissolving his own soul. It was a great charm that had served him well many times in the past, and synergized perfectly with Saint's immunity to soul attacks. Its power as an awakened memory of the first tier was not great, though. With the caliber of enemies Sonny was facing these days, it was like a drop in the ocean. Aside from that, Saint was mostly fighting alongside Nightmare now, and would hopefully be surrounded by more shadows in the future. The others did not possess the same immunity, which limited the usefulness of the red gem. The first memory Sunny summoned was the prowling thorn. He sighed again, looking at the kunai with regret. There was nothing wrong with the throwing dagger, and they had gone through a lot together, but it had outlived its usefulness. Sunny would have preferred to keep the prowling thorn simply for utility, but the situation demanded he let go of something. Sunny had already lost the patient avenger, and now he was going to lose 3 more perfectly fine memories. He felt as if his heart was bleeding. Waste, such a waste. He closed his eyes and then handed the dagger, the gent, and the arrow to Saint without looking. Here, you eat these. Enjoy your meal. The graceful Onyx Knight silently took the memories and crushed them in her fists without pausing even for a moment. Hearing the dreadful sound, Sunny was stunned. She didn't even hesitate. Those were very precious. Damn it. Opening his eyes, she saw 4 streams of radiant sparks being absorbed into the shadow's body. Then her eyes flashed with dark glee. The tune still tea-tongue in the air, the counter showing. Shadow fragments, 200/200. In the next moment, the shadow that existed where Saint's soul should have been suddenly rippled. The 4 dark embers in its depths shone with lightless radiance, and wisps of black flames rose from her armor. Sunny took a step back, mesmerized by the familiar scene. He had already seen it once back when his taciturn knight ascended. In the next moment, Saint's figure was enveloped entirely by the black flames, making it impossible to see her. A powerful gust of wind blew through the interior of the rhino, both unbearable heat and chilling coldness assaulting Sunny at the same time. He blinked. Crap, maybe I should have done this in the Soul Sea. But there was nothing he could do now but wait. Nervous for his expensive app, Sunny summoned a barrier of shadows to surround Saint. A minute passed in tense silence, then 2. Then, something exploded within the barrier, shattering it easily and sending Sunny flying back. A wave of darkness rolled through the rhino, turning its interior into a mess and cracking its armored windows from within. The enormous vehicle shook and trembled, then grew still with a loud groan. Sunny scrambled back to his feet and stared at Saint, who was standing in the same spot, seemingly unchanged. However, the darkness dwelling within her was now much deeper and more frightening. Her onyx body was radiating a sense of vast, dreadful power, and the menacing crimson flames dancing in her ruby eyes were brighter. His shadow, now a transcendent devil, tilted her head slightly, looking at him with her usual indifference. But Sunny could feel a hint of emotion hidden behind it. Pride, satisfaction, gratitude. Slowly, a wide grin appeared on his face. Sunny brushed the graceless dusk, straightened, and looked at the menacing devil with a smile. Should I start calling you Saint now, huh? 10 Chapter 1027. The Fall of Falcon Scott 45. 1027 The Fall of Falcon Scott 45. His shadow was a transcendent now. Sunny found it hard to believe, even though he had been the one who made her transcendence possible. It was just that saints held a special place in human culture. They were the epitome of vast and unobtainable power. They were more demigods than people. Enigmatic and awe-inspiring, so distant as to almost be ineffable. He was now a master himself, and on top of that, one of the strongest there was. But even still, a huge gap separated Sunny from someone like Sky Tide or Bloodwave, which he did not dare test. To think that a similar existence now served him, it was hard to comprehend. Saint's transcendence, without a doubt, marked a new chapter in Sunny's rise to power. Of course, it was unclear where the Onyx Knight was truly equal to the mighty saints of the human race. In terms of purely physical prowess, she was at least on par with them and most likely far superior. Her skill was outstanding, as was her talent and willpower. After all, Saint had always been outstanding. She often triumphed over adversaries that were much more powerful than her. But so were human transcendents. There was no such thing as an average saint each, and every one of them were the absolute best of the human race, battle-hardened warriors of utmost talent, resolve, and ability, with thousands upon thousands of bloody fights under their belt. There was also one fundamental difference between humans and creatures such as his shadow. Humans possessed aspects, while creatures did not. Saint had just gained her powers, wielding elemental darkness to strengthen her body and her weapons. However, every human transcendent wielded a powerful aspect and was armed with several potent abilities, including the transformation. They were also all carriers of the nightmare spell. Simply put, Sunny did not know who would end up victorious if Saint fought a human transcendent. He had a feeling that by herself, the Onyx Knight would lose. However, if she was augmented by his shadows, the result might be very different. Luckily, he had no intention of combating Saints any time soon. Dismissing the shadow, Sunny sighed and spent some time cleaning up the mess her transcendence had made of the interior of the rhino. The app was in a sorry state but still functional. See, the day is only getting better and better. Or was it night? Here in Antarctica, it was always night, so sticking to the old notion of time was getting harder and harder. He made himself a late supper or an early breakfast and settled in the lounge area for a few minutes. After a while, his communicator made a familiar sound. It seemed that the siege capital's communication array had activated, as it usually did twice a day, sending packets of data to those with a bandwidth quota. Sunny looked at the new message with some relief. Rain was doing fine, it seemed. Her response was shorter than usual, but she was obviously not experiencing any symptoms of being infected by the spell. He had always been worried about his sister, and after observing so many mundanes being killed by the first nightmare here in Antarctica, and having killed many monstrous abominations their bodies had turned into, that worry only grew stronger. Sunny sighed. She's okay. She's safe. There is no reason for her to contract the spell to begin with, and even if she does, Serpent is with her. Sunny missed his serpentine shadow. It would have been tremendously useful during the Southern Quadrant campaign, considering how dire his need for essence had been from day one in this cold hell, not to mention the versatile and powerful nature of Serpent's abilities. And yet, Sunny had not regretted leaving it with Rain even once. Her safety took precedence, and he had many other ways to protect himself. If anything, experiencing the bitter hardships of the Antarctica campaign without the Serpent had given him an opportunity to learn how to manage his essence with utmost efficiency, as well as vastly improve his control over it. Thinking of his shadows, Sunny suddenly felt curious about their relationship to his class. Even though the Soul Serpent was currently away, each of the shadows occupied one of his cores. Did it mean that he would only ever be able to control 7 of them at most? If that were the case, maybe the dismal rate at which he received echoes was not such a terrible thing. He might have been very upset if someone like Kurt, the awakened psychopath he had killed in the waking world, prevented him from turning Nightmare into one of his shadows. That time, his dislike of the man, and of the idea of owning human echoes, had prevented Sunny from wasting fragments on the transformation, but he would have caved in if given a better opportunity. Or wait. Would he have even been able to make Kurt into a shadow without losing Saint or Serpent? He was just an awakened monster back then, possessing only 2 shadow cores. I'm rambling. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, staring into the distance. He was thinking about unnecessary things to distract himself from what was about to come. Goliath was approaching, the creature that had almost killed him once. The fallen Titan had already destroyed one siege capital, so there was a real chance that Falcon Scott would be destroyed by the abominable giant as well. Sunny and Jet were determined to slay the gargantuan creature of stone, but anything could happen. Even if their preparations worked, there was no telling what damage would be done to the city wall before the Titan perished. If he perished, This day might turn out to be the last day for many, many people, maybe even Sonny himself. He closed his eyes for a moment. Over my dead body. Well, obviously that's kind of a given. With that, Sonny forced a pale smile onto his face and picked up his communicator. His response to Rain did not contain any of the grave worries that gnawed at him. Even though she was smart enough to read between the lines, Sonny made an effort to hide the ugly truth as well as he could. That was for his benefit, too. While writing messages to Rain, Sonny was almost able to believe in his own lies. Not knowing the truth was a solace. Chapter 10:28. The Fall of Falcon Scott 46. 10:28 The Fall of Falcon Scott 46. Sometime later, the members of his cohort approached the Rhino. Belle, Dorn, Samara, Kimmy, Luster. Walking inside, they froze for a moment, studying the upturned interior of the App and the cracks in its armored windows with stunned expressions. After a while, Luster cleared his throat. Sir. What happened?" Sonny gave him a deadpan look. "I had a lady over. She transcended." The young man laughed nervously. "Ah, good one, sir." After that, he practically ran to the pilot's cabin to check on the internal systems of the Rhino. As Luster went through the diagnostics, he kept mumbling under his nose, "Gods, did he crash it into a Titan this damage? Oh, my poor baby." Sonny shook his head and addressed the rest of his soldiers, speaking loudly enough for Luster to hear as well. "Prepare yourselves. Army Command is certain that Goliath will reach the city either today or tomorrow. In any case, we won't be leaving the wall until he does. This is going to be the big one, guys." His soldiers grew somber, their eyes full of calm determination. Sonny nodded. "Don't worry about the Titan himself. Colonel Jet and I will take care of the big bastard. However, Goliath is not going to show up alone. And judging by how Erebus Field fell, there is a big chance that the wall will be breached. I don't need to tell you how important it is to prevent the nightmare creatures from getting inside. However, if the situation becomes hopeless, be ready to retreat to the secondary line of defense within the city." He paused for a moment, looking at them with a serious expression. "Don't be stupid and die an unnecessary death. I need you alive. To fight tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, and the day after that. Dying might as well be considered desertion at this point. No one is allowed to die without my permission. Understood?" The members of his cohort grinned, then saluted. "Yes, sir. Wouldn't think of it. I am scared of you way more than I'm scared of death, sir. I wouldn't dare." Sonny blinked a couple of times at that last one, then nodded. "That's great. Let's go then." Soon the Rhino started and moved forward with some effort. They drove across Falcon Scott, where a lot of streets were now empty and a lot were unlit. Snow piled high in some areas, and in others crowds of refugees were anxiously hurrying through the cold. Luster was stubbornly sticking to only the well-illuminated roads for some reason, which made the progress a bit slow. The wall steadily grew closer and closer. Before they reached the secondary defense ring, however, Sonny suddenly ordered him to stop the app. The young man looked back with a silent question. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then said, "Wait for me here. I won't be long." With that, he left the Rhino and walked toward a familiar dormitory tower which happened to be nearby. No one was cleaning the snow in front of its entrance this time. Sonny stood there for a minute or two, staring at the flimsy doors with a grim expression. Eventually, he sighed. "Even if the whole city is destroyed, this damned dormitory must remain standing. I'll make sure of it." With that, he turned around and started walking away. When he did, however, he almost stumbled into someone approaching the dormitory. "Watch where you're going, iddy." "Huh, Sonny." He sighed and looked up, noticing Bate and Professor Obel. They must have been returning from their own shifts. Bate at the volunteer center, the old man at the engineering wing of the government complex. The young woman blinked a couple of times, staring at him with surprise. Before Sonny could come up with something to say, she asked, "Aren't you cold?" He opened his mouth, then looked down at the thin silk tunic covering his body. Indeed, it did not look exactly like something a person should be wearing in the middle of winter. Sonny cleared his throat. I'm not actually, elemental resistance, you know, Bates scoffed. You're still a human, are you not? Put something warm on for spell's sake. I imagine fighting on the wall with a running nose is not a great idea. Ascended snot is still snot. He looked at her silently for a few moments, then suddenly laughed. Ah, yes, I am still a human, that's true. Thanks, I'll try to remember that. Professor Obel took a step forward, smiling. Were you on your way to visit us, Major Sunless? Come, come. There's no point in standing here in the cold. Sonny smiled, then lightly shook his head. No, I was actually on my way to start the shift on the wall. Army Command is expecting a big fight, so it's all hands on deck. Well, even more so than usual. In any case, make sure to remain inside and be careful in the next day or so. Things might get a little hectic. The old man nodded with a sigh. I see. Well, we won't keep you then. Please stay safe. He moved forward but then paused and patted Sonny on the shoulder. Ah, maybe you'll stop by after your shift then. It's nothing much, but Bate received a bit of extra rations today. We are planning to cook up a feast for everyone who is still waiting for a ticket in our block. I will save you a portion. Sonny remained silent for one moment too long, then shrugged. Why not? It's a promise. He watched Professor Obel and Bate disappear inside, then slowly turned around and walked back toward the rhino. As he walked, the smile disappeared from his face, replaced by a dark, ruthless expression. Deep shadows nestled in his eyes. It's time to kill a titan. What happened at Erebus Field could not be allowed to repeat itself. Goliath had to die, and Sonny was just the person to kill him. An eye for an eye, a death for a death. Sonny was a very petty and vindictive person, and the two of them, they had a score to settle. Chapter 1029, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 47. 1029, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 47. The winds were howling as they crashed into the colossal bulwark of the city wall. The soldiers of the First Army were shivering on the battlements, staring into the hazy mist of the blizzard with grim expressions. These were the lucky ones. The less fortunate were far below, on the ground, ready to defend the breaches with their lives. Because of the ugly rifts in the defensive barrier of the city, the logistics of the siege had become much harder. Today, it was especially so, since no one knew the direction from which the Titan was going to attack. Goliath could come from the south, marching across the ravaged landscape and shaking the earth with his every step. He could come from the north, emerging from below the dark waves to attack the port fortress first. For all Army Command knew, he could even crawl from under the ground. The scope of the Titan's abilities was still a mystery. That was why the defenders were dispersed along the whole perimeter of the wall instead of congregating at one or several of its sections. However, Sonny and Jet, as well as their two cohorts of irregulars, had found themselves in a familiar spot right above the main entrance of the siege capital, not too far away from the nightmare gate that had torn through the wall not too long ago. Sonny was sitting with his back against the alloy parapet, meditating. Soul Reaper was standing nearby, looking across the vast killing field, the landscape obscured by the veil of snow. Both were trying to ignore the whispers of the call. It was more than a bit annoying to have to deal with it on top of the sickening anxiety of waiting for the start of the battle. Sonny sighed, then looked up at Master Jet. His hair was getting in the way, so he brushed it aside. Before he could speak, she suddenly asked, "Why don't you cut it?" He coughed in embarrassment. "Oh, the thing is, mundane scissors and auto barbers stopped working on me. I should probably just use a sharp memory and cut it myself. Yeah, that's what I'll do, one of these days." Jet looked away with a smile. "I know a guy back in NQSC. He's very in demand as one of the few awakened hair stylists around. There are many saints among his clientele, but if you want, I can get you a recommendation." Sonny laughed. "Sure, when we're back in NQSC." He remained silent for a few moments, then asked, "How sure are you that we'll be able to destroy Goliath?" Soul Reaper hesitated. As long as you pull off your part of the plan, pretty sure. Bloodwave will step in if something goes wrong, too. It's a shame that Sky Tide is away fighting the winter beast again, but we should be all right without her. Sunny nodded. I think so, however, Jet interrupted him by raising a hand. He grew quiet and raised an eyebrow. She looked into the darkness with a calm expression. Listen. Sunny did so, hearing nothing but the wind and the stifled breaths of the thousands of soldiers surrounding them. Then a muffled sound reached his ears from somewhere far away. Boom. And then, after a long and arduous pause, again. Boom. Sunny stood up, staring into the blizzard. Suddenly, he felt a chill creeping up his spine. He's coming. From a vast distance, the thunderous steps of the colossal giant were rolling over the world. Even though the soldiers could not see anything because of the raging snowstorm, the sound alone made them pale and grasp their weapons with trembling hands. Boom, boom, boom. Each one assaulted them, almost like a mental attack. Jet tried to contact Army Command, then cursed when the interference made it impossible. Calling out one of the messengers, she said tersely, "Inform the HQ that Goliath is approaching from the south. We need reinforcements here as soon as possible. Go." The pale-faced messenger saluted and disappeared from view, and then there was nothing for them to do but wait. By Sunny's side, the members of his cohort were preparing for battle. Everyone around was doing the same, and from the impenetrable white haze beyond the wall, the steps of the giant continued to boom, slowly growing louder and closer and much more frightening. Boom. And then, after a torturous span of silence, again. Boom. Sunny gritted his teeth, and on the battlement behind him, 4 shadows shivered. Hidden in the blizzard, Goliath was slowly approaching Falcon Scott. No one could see him, but the heavy steps of the Titan sounded like foreboding war drums. Soon the ground started shaking with each of them. The tremors traveled through the alloy structure of the city wall, making it vibrate. Sunny felt his body growing stiff, as if paralyzed by the memory of being crushed and broken by the giant's foot. Humans could not really recall pain, but remembering the feeling of being hurt was very easy, especially if one was hurt terribly. He had almost died that day. He should have died, if not for a couple of memories and a bit of luck. His body remembered being destroyed. Snarling, Sunny shook off the paralyzing fear and peered into the blizzard, hoping to see the hateful shape of the walking mountain. Instead, he just heard, boom, boom, damnation, boom, boom. Suddenly, the thunderous steps stopped. A moment later, a rift appeared in the wall of the blizzard, and for a few moments he could see far and wide. Sunny's eyes narrowed. Out there at the edge of the killing field, a giant creature stood in front of the mountains. Taller than the city wall by far, the Titan looked like a mountain himself. His vaguely humanoid body was broad and misshapen, made of uneven, weathered stone. He had 3 mighty arms, and one enormous eye that stared at the soldiers of the First Army with an alien, cold, terrifying malice. The milky eye was completely white, having no iris and no pupil. Behind and around the Titan, a vast and dark sea of bodies was undulating as it flowed down from the slopes of the mountains. Nightmare creatures, a stunningly large horde of them, were following the fallen Titan. For a moment the world seemed frozen. In that dreadful instant, Sunny forced himself to smile. All of it him coming to Antarctica, marching with the First Army across its cold expanse, surviving Low 49, clawing his way back north with a train of refugees. The long weeks of fighting at Falcon Scott had been for this moment. He looked at Goliath with murderous intensity. "Come here, bastard." In the next moment, as if answering his call, the giant stepped forward. Chapter 1030, The Fall of Falcon Scott 48. 1030 The Fall of Falcon Scott 48. As soon as Goliath took a step forward and the wall vibrated under Sunny once again, he called upon Saint. By his side, Master Jet mounted the parapet of the battlement, clinging to it with one hand and ready to push herself away. In her other hand, the slender glaive weaved itself from snowflakes. The sea of nightmare creatures flowed forward, overtaking the marching colossus. The familiar thunder of discharging rail guns tore the snowstorm apart, and the turrets joined them a moment later, drowning the world in a roaring cacophony. A tall and graceful figure clad in onyx armor stepped onto the wall from the shadows. Instantly, her fearsome presence permeated the air, making soldiers turn around and crane their necks, staring at the menacing black knight in fright. Saint's ruby eyes flashed with cold crimson flames. Someone yelled, "It's Mongrel! Mongrel is here! Thank the gods!" Their calls rolled across the wall, and the soldiers that had been shaken by the terrible visage of the marching titan regained some of their confidence. Even though Saint was dwarfed by the looming shapes of bulky MWPs, at that moment she seemed much greater than the towering machines. "Show that ugly boulder who's in charge, Mongrel." As for Sonny, no one paid him much attention. Whatever fame he had earned among the fighters of the First Army paled in comparison to his flamboyant alter ego. After all, unlike him, Mongrel was a mysterious character. People were free to fill in the blanks using nothing but their imaginations, and the things they came up with were always much more fantastical than the truth. Well, at least the version of the truth about Sonny that he shared with the world. The actual truth was so outlandish that no one would probably believe it. Doesn't matter. Watching Goliath walk forward, Sonny summoned a very special memory, the one he had worked so hard to create, his payback gift to the stone giant, the siege souvenir. Suddenly, a very lengthy and sharp javelin appeared in Saint's hand. It was about 3 meters long, incredibly heavy, and entirely white. A sense of immense, wild, destructive power radiated from the white javelin, making even Sonny himself feel slightly uncomfortable. Of course, the javelin was the quill of the corrupted devil he had collected from an army warehouse a long time ago, the thing Sonny had spent most of his free time in Falcon Scott trying to enchant. The siege souvenir was now a transcendent memory, and a very special one at that. Several transcendent soul shards, as well as rivers of essence that formed numerous shadow strings, had gone into its creation. The difficulty Sonny had met was merely one of scope. Of all the enchantments he had learned and 2355 recreated before, that one was the vastest and most difficult. However, there was no alternative. The long javelin possessed only 2 enchantments. The first one was Death Dealer, which Sonny had copied from Morgan's warbow. Bestowing that one to the Devil's Needle had been hard, but also somewhat straightforward. The difficulty Sonny had met was merely one of scope. Of all the enchantments he had learned and recreated before, that one was the vastest and most difficult. However, there was no alternative. Death Dealer was the most destructive single-target enchantment in his arsenal, and so nothing else would have done. It was also extremely, dreadfully gluttonous in its consumption of essence. But not gluttonous enough as far as Sonny was concerned. That was where the second enchantment he had bestowed on the siege souvenir came in. That one had no name, because it was invented by him. Creating it was not technically hard, but required Sonny to teach himself an entirely new facet of weaving, as well as accomplish something he had never done before. Not simply copy, but disassemble and heavily modify an existing enchantment. The enchantment that had served as the basis was the Unbroken of the Midnight Shard. It allowed the wielder access to a vast reservoir of power when at death's doorstep, as long as the wielder refused to surrender and kept fighting against overwhelming odds. Sonny was not interested in augmenting the javelin with additional power, nor was he interested in creating a limitation tied to how close someone was to death or their character. What he was interested in was the reservoir itself. After all, Death Dealer had to be powered by something. And so, Sonny had spent many arduous hours studying the weave of the Unbroken, trying to understand how it worked. What element of the tapestry of ethereal strings was responsible for which part of it, and how to isolate the effect he wanted to achieve, how to create a reservoir of power that could feed the siege souvenir from the inside. In the end, with the timely help of the graceless dusk, he had succeeded in both of his undertakings. The white javelin was much longer and heavier than an arrow, in fact. Calling it a javelin was somewhat misleading, since it was more akin to a projectile worthy of a siege engine. Nevertheless, it possessed the capacity to deliver the same devastating force as an arrow sent flying with the help of the death dealer, only at a much greater scale. A lot of power was needed to achieve that effect, much more power than anyone in Falcon Scott could have supplied in one go. That was why Sonny had enchanted the siege souvenir to possess an independent reservoir of essence, and siphoned a sea of it into the javelin over the days. He had basically created an entirely new type of memory. Weak memories usually possessed passive enchantments that were powered by the ambient essence used to manifest the memory. Powerful memories usually possessed active enchantments that required the wielder to manipulate and spend their own essence in order to use them. The siege souvenir, meanwhile, possessed a dire enchantment that fed directly on the javelin's own essence. The result of his hard work was a tremendously powerful memory. It was so powerful, in fact, that only refined material harvested from a corrupted creature could withstand the dreadful enchantments. Anything less would have disintegrated under strain. Even then, the siege souvenir was bound to be a one-use memory. The quill of the corrupted devil was not going to survive the release of its own destructive power. There was one last hurdle to overcome to make use of it, though. Not just anyone could wield it. Even Sonny himself was not strong enough to make use of his creation in the intended way. That was why he had needed Saint to evolve. He needed a transcendent being to bring forth the siege souvenir's potential. And now he had one. Chapter 10:31. The Fall of Falcon Scott 49. 10:31. The Fall of Falcon Scott 49. Goliath walked forward, the world quaking under the weight of his steps. The sea of nightmare creatures was flowing past his titanic feet, and all around them the furious blizzard was slowly retreating, the winds dying down as pale starlight washed over the vast killing field. On the tall, broken wall of the city, thousands of turrets were roaring as they sent rivers of bullets into the attacking horde. The moonless night was torn apart by the glow of overheated barrels, the shine of swift tracer rounds, and the flashes of railgun rounds striking their targets in a conflagration of force, heat, and blinding light. A few of those heavy tungsten rounds had hit Goliath, only to disintegrate fruitlessly, without leaving even a scratch on the stone hide of the menacing Titan. The soldiers of the First Army trembled as they joined the barrage, the mundane soldiers, the awakened, the towering war platforms, the few masters that were still alive after 2 weeks of the dreadful siege. On the ground near the breached sections of the wall, others were shivering as they craned their necks to stare at the approaching Titan. However, Sonny remained still. Closer, get closer. He was perhaps the only human in Falcon Scott who wanted the colossal giant to walk faster. The siege souvenir could only be used once, so he had only one shot to shatter Goliath's stone carapace. Standing indifferently by his side, Saint raised the long javelin and placed it on her shoulder. The 4 shadows moved, fusing with her onyx armor. It shone with black radiance, and the feeling of great power emanating from the graceful figure of the taciturn stone knight instantly became much vaster, much deeper, and much more terrifying. At the same, darkness flowed from Saint's gauntlet, slowly spreading across the length of the white javelin. Its whiteness was consumed, replaced by a lightless blackness. While the transcendent devil herself was augmented by the shadows, her weapon was now enhanced by the blade of darkness. There was the mantle of darkness, as well, which made Saint stronger when surrounded by darkness and shadows. Sonny summoned the shadow lantern, allowing it to consume all surrounding light. Soon, the three of them, Sunny, Saint, and Jet, were hidden from sight within a circle of deep shadow. Almost there, the fastest of the nightmare creatures, those that had survived the barrage, meaning the strongest and most vile of them, were already moments away from reaching the wall, separating into 4 wide rivers of flesh to attack the 4 breaches. Goliath, meanwhile, was a few steps away from crossing half of the killing field. Sunny looked directly at the hateful giant and prepared to give Saint the command. At that moment, however, something changed. The Titan's massive, malformed head turned slightly and his sole eye stared back. Sunny shivered. There were thousands and thousands of humans on the wall, and all of them must have looked like mere ants to Goliath. However, somehow, it felt as though the Titan was gazing directly at him. The weight of that gaze was almost physical. No, it was much more dire than that. Sunny gritted his teeth, feeling a very bad premonition grasp his heart. What? Then the milky surface of the giant's eye quivered and slid away like an eyelid. Behind it, a second eye was revealed. Unlike the first one, which was white and had neither an iris nor a pupil, that one was of a furious red color, as if made of pure magma, and had 3 incandescent pupils floating in its depths, like windows into a scorching inferno. Suddenly, Sunny was enveloped by unbearable heat. He felt water streaming down on him, and looked up to see the snow clouds melting in the skies above. Bizarrely, it was raining in the middle of the polar winter. Beneath him, the 70-meter-tall defensive wall of the city suddenly moved and groaned. Glancing over the parapet, Sunny saw with horror that the impregnable alloy it was melting, too. All around him, the mighty MWPs were collapsing into puddles of liquid metal, the pilots screaming as they burned alive. The barrels of the powerful turrets disappeared into streams of incandescent drops, and the mighty railguns grew silent. A few meters away, Samara screamed and flinched back from her rifle, a vicious burn marring her cheek. Across the entire southern section of the city wall, the great defensive barrier bent and deformed, moments away from collapsing entirely. Countless people plummeted to their deaths or were consumed by the immolating heat. All of it happened in an instant. Gods! Knowing that there was no time to waste, Sunny shuddered as he changed his command slightly and sent it to Saint. The Onyx Knight instantly moved. Taking a single step, she raised the javelin behind her. For a moment, Saint's entire body turned into a graceful arch from the tip of her foot to her hip, to her shoulder, to her fist. Then her hand whipped forward, and the battlement under her shattered from immense pressure. Even her vambrace cracked, shards of onyx falling down like precious gems. At the last moment, the 4 shadows slid from her fingers and wrapped themselves around the siege souvenir. The long, immeasurably heavy javelin shot forward with the speed of lightning. Immediately, there was a deafening boom of sound barriers being pierced, and a powerful shockwave rolled across the battlement, throwing people off their feet. The artificial memory streaked across the black sky like a line of pure darkness, creating a whirlpool of hurricane winds in its wake. A split second later, it hit Goliath's right in the eye. There was a flash of light and then a world-shaking thunderclap, and then the sound of shattering stone. The siege souvenir plunged right between the Titan's 3 pupils, disappearing into the red molten eye entirely. Then it burst from the back of the giant's head in an explosion of broken stone. Your memory has been destroyed. As Sunny watched in stunned silence, vast cracks snaked through Goliath's head. The Colossus froze in a strange pose, its torso leaning slightly back. His eye was completely destroyed, and his head shattered and fell apart, giant slabs of stone plummeting down from a great height. The walking mountain swayed, twitched, and then slowly started to tilt. Everyone, both the humans and the nightmare creatures, froze, watching the Titan fall in utter shock. Sunny blinked. What just happened? As if responding, the spell whispered softly into his ear. You have slain a fallen titan, minor shard of the stone titan. Your shadow grows stronger. Chapter 1032. The Fall of Falcon Scott 50. 1032. The Fall of Falcon Scott 50. The colossal, headless body of Goliath tilted forward and then started to fall. Because of its enormous size, it seemed as though the giant's corpse slowly floated through the air instead of crashing down in an obliterating avalanche of stone. However, hundreds of nightmare creatures below were already panicking as they tried to flee and escape being crushed to death. Sunny froze, momentarily stunned. What just happened? He had killed the damned bastard. How? That was not what was supposed to happen. Sunny had poured countless hours into creating the siege souvenir and making sure that Saint would transcend in time. However, he had never expected to slay the fallen titan with one strike. A titan was a titan. They were not supposed to die so easily. The plan was for the javelin to shatter the stone carapace on the chest of the giant, creating a path toward his heart. Master Jet was supposed to enter the breach and destroy Goliath's soul cores from within, while Sunny and Saint would attack from the outside. Together, they were meant to slowly bring the giant down, and maybe even survive the process. When the Titan had revealed his incandescent eye and started melting the city wall, Sunny was forced to switch targets and command Saint to aim for the eye instead. He had never thought that Goliath would be killed by that single strike. Was that eye the Titan's Achilles heel? Kim had not noticed a pronounced vulnerability after they encountered the giant on the coastal highway, though. Maybe her powers were not enough to see it. Or was the vulnerability only exposed when Goliath revealed his inner, hidden eye? In any case, the Titan was undoubtedly dead. Sunny had killed him. For a moment, a dark glee ignited in his heart. That's for Erebus Field, you foul bastard, and for me, too. That is payback for almost killing me. But then his glee disappeared. By all accounts, Sunny should have felt exhilarated he had killed a Titan after all. But instead of joy, he felt chills running down his spine. Suddenly tense, Sunny looked around. The armaments of the defensive barrier were all but destroyed, and the wall itself was damaged and deformed. A few sections had collapsed entirely, but most still stood. The defenders had suffered heavy losses, especially among the pilots burned to death with their MWPs. Many soldiers had lost their rifles, and the outer layers of their powered armor suits were severely damaged. However, there were still enough of them alive to continue the fight, maybe. Luckily, most awakened had managed to dismiss their steel memories, saving them from being destroyed, and were now summoning them back. Everyone was still in utter shock, mesmerized by the sight of the slowly toppling Colossus. Something was wrong, though. Very, very wrong. Goliath should not have died that easily or that fast. Master Jet, who had been hanging outside the wall, ready to push herself forward to follow the plan and attack the Titan, climbed back and looked at him, a rare expression of bewilderment written on her face. "Sunny, what the hell, how?" He did not answer, staring past her at the falling mountain. "I killed him. I did." Even before the body fell, wide cracks appeared all across it. Chunks of stone were splintering off and falling down. From the distance, it almost looked as if the giant was been diseased, his skin covered by sores and ulcers, and the cracks. Behind some of them, instead of solid stone, there was nothing but darkness, as if parts of the Titan's body had been hollowed out long before the battle. Moments before the massive corpse crashed into the ground, Sunny's eyes widened. Curse it! In the next second, the colossal mass of stone collided against the earth, making the whole world shake. Enormous clouds of snow, dirt, and debris rose into the air, and countless nightmare creatures were crushed under the obliterating weight. A thunderous roar rolled over the killing field, and shards of stone shot outward like bullets, decimating even more abominations. One more section of the wall collapsed. However, that was not what Sunny was looking at. His gaze was locked on the massive corpse itself. When Goliath's body hit the ground, large portions of it cracked like the shell of a rotten egg. And from within, a tide of darkness flowed, eviscerating the few wounded nightmare creatures that still clung to life and stretching toward the broken city wall like black tentacles. The heart of darkness, the river of black beetles, had mysteriously disappeared some days ago, and almost at the same time, Goliath's speed had decreased. The beetles liked to tunnel through mountains and devour mighty creatures from within. The fallen titan had been like a walking mountain himself, and mighty beyond belief as well. Someone should have guessed that the giant might have been parasitized by the legion of the tiny, dreadful creatures, but no one had. It was so clear in hindsight. Sonny himself had been too blinded by the threat of the titan to consider such a possibility. His preconceived notions of what constituted power and his personal animosity against the stone giant resulted in a ruinous case of tunnel vision. Damn it. He glanced at the city defenses once again, realizing that almost everything that could have been used against vast swarms of tiny vermin had been destroyed by Goliath. The first army had been prepared to face one overwhelming enemy, not myriads of dangerous but comparatively weak creatures. He looked at Jet, his lips trembling. Bloodwave, she frowned. What? Sonny grabbed the Soul Reaper by the shoulders and barked. Bloodwave, summon Bloodwave here. He's our best hope of stopping the heart of darkness. She hesitated for a short moment, then looked beyond the wall and hissed an explicit curse. Then, Jet took a step back and started summoning a memory that was supposed to give the fearsome saint a signal to abandon his duty of protecting the ships and join the battle. Sonny, meanwhile, was already moving, calling upon a few memories of his own. He had no idea how they would be able to handle both the vast horde of nightmare creatures that had come with Goliath and the tide of black beetles with the defensive barrier ruined and barely holding. The wall was severely damaged, and many of the soldiers had either died or were rendered helpless, their weapons destroyed. And yet, they had no other choice but to fight and claw the victory out of fate's grasp somehow. There was simply nowhere to retreat. Chapter 10:33. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 51. For a few moments, both Sonny and Jet stood motionless, staring at the tide of enemies advancing at the damaged wall. Their faces were grim. Eventually, Soul Reaper spoke in a dark tone. This is bad. This is really bad. That was an understatement. Currently, Falcon Scott was facing two threats. The first one was the uncountable horde of nightmare creatures that had followed Goliath, and was now flowing across the killing field like a dark tide. Some of them had already reached the deformed barrier, and engaged the defenders of the breaches in a furious melee. Some infiltrated the city through the new fissures in the melted wall, and were now rampaging in the staging area. With the turrets destroyed and the mighty railguns heavily damaged, there was no way to slow down the advance of the horde. Even the MWPs were destroyed, and most of the soldiers had either lost their weapons or were seriously injured. The only ones who remained relatively unscathed were the awakened. There were around 700 of them on the southern section of the wall, and most were still able to fight. There were reinforcements coming from the other three sections of the wall, but it was going to take some time for them to arrive, time that they did not have. The second threat was the heart of darkness. 4 rivers of dark beetles were flowing toward the ravaged wall, reaching for it like giant black claws. Each individual beetle was capable of biting through powerful armor-type memories, metal, and flesh. Their only redeeming quality was that the tiny vermin were not too hard to crush, which was why Army Command had planned to rely heavily on the powerful defensive armaments in case the dark swarm showed up. With those armaments mostly destroyed, the danger posed by the Heart of Darkness had risen tremendously. There were several ascended with aspects suitable to face such an enemy as well, but some of them had died in the past 2 weeks while others were not on the southern section of the wall since no one had expected the Heart of Darkness to attack that day. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Sonny looked at Jet. So, what do we do? At that time, a familiar flaming arrow, albeit much weaker than it had been during the at that time, a Tamiler naming arrow, albeit much weaker than it had been during the battle against the devouring cloud, flew into the mass of beetles from somewhere much further down the wall. Winter was still alive, at least. Master Jet let out an angry hiss. There is no choice but to retreat to the secondary defense perimeter and enact the following protocol. However, even that is impossible right now. If we don't want to lose the city, we need to push the horde back and give the men enough time to run. We also need to obliterate the damned bugs, push back the horde. Sonny suddenly felt cold. There were so many holes in the city wall now that it was basically useless. That meant that the only way to stall the abominations was to sortie out and face the nightmare creatures on the killing field, blade against claw. Needless to say, that was nearly a suicide mission. Even if the defenders of Falcon Scott succeeded, their losses would be staggering. There was another option, of course. The Awakened could abandon the mundane soldiers and run. Logically speaking, leaving mundanes to die and preserving the arguably more valuable asset was a valid strategy. War was not a purely logical affair, though. The most reasonable strategy was not always the best strategy. Things like spirit, morale, and mutual trust had much greater weight than Sonny had once thought. For any army without these intangible qualities would be doomed. As a colonel and an ascended Master Jet was the senior officer on the southern section of the wall and the person in charge. The decision was hers, and Sonny did not envy her position one bit. She lingered for a few moments, then took a deep breath and shouted, her voice spreading far and wide due to the effects of a special memory. "This is Soul Reaper Jet. All awakened. Assemble in cohorts and prepare to sortie. We must push the enemy back. All mundane personnel abandon the wall. I repeat, abandon the wall. I am ordering a full retreat to the secondary defense line." As soon as the echo of her voice disappeared into the cold night, Jet stepped toward a messenger that had lost his footing during the Titan's attack, grabbed the man by the collar, and pulled him to his feet with one powerful motion. The slightly disoriented soldier stared at her with a pale face. She looked at him somberly for a moment and then said quietly, "Inform Army Command to prepare the Rampart Protocol and be ready to activate it as soon as I give the command. If I die, they should act at their discretion." The frightened man nodded and disappeared, using his aspect ability to run at incredible speed. With that done, Jet glanced at Sonny. She remained silent for a moment, then smiled darkly. "Are you ready?" Sonny shook his head. "Not even a little bit." Soul Reaper laughed and turned to the killing field. Her smile disappeared like a phantom. "Well, tough. While the Awakened are fighting off the nightmare creatures, someone has to deal with the bugs. They absolutely cannot be allowed to enter the city. I'll stop the left. Swarm. Send that awesome echo of yours to face the middle left one and go to the middle right yourself. Bloodwave will handle the last one. With some luck, the Ascended who were supposed to deal with them in the first place will arrive to reinforce us before everyone dies. The couple of them who are still alive." Sonny looked at her with a dubious expression. "How am I supposed to fight against countless thousands of tiny bugs?" Master Jet sighed. "You're resourceful. Figure something out. And if you do, let me know. I am asking myself the same question." With that, she turned away to give orders to her cohort. Sonny did the same. Belle, Dorn, Samara, Luster, and Kim were looking at him, their eyes uncertain. He forced out a smile. "You all heard the boss. We are going to sortie with the rest, then push forward and block one of the beetle swarms. I'll take point. Samara, you lost your rifle, so just blast any that get past me with essence. You'll be our secondary slayer. Luster, support Sam, Belle, Dorn, and Kimmy. You guys will protect Luster and Samara. Don't let the bugs bite through your armor." His soldiers looked at each other, then silently nodded. A few moments later, Soul Reaper's voice rolled across the battlements once again. Attack! Chapter 1034. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 52. 1034. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 52. The special chutes built into the wall had mostly been destroyed or damaged, so the Awakened had to use other means to sortie into the killing field. Some rappelled down, some summoned memories capable of slowing one's fall, some simply used the exposed framework of the Great Barrier to swiftly climb to the ground. The few surviving masters stationed on the southern wall went first to clear the landing. Saint-mounted Nightmare, who leaped from one protruding sheet of deformed alloy to another, reaching the swarming abominations in mere seconds. Wielding the cruel sight, she quickly slaughtered the nearest enemies. Sunny was not far behind. He glided through the air using the dark wing, then dismissed it a couple dozen meters above the ground and plummeted down, landing among the nightmare creatures like a cannonball. The Sin of Solace danced, effortlessly slicing through flesh and bone. It took Sunny only a few seconds to carve out a small island of safety. The members of his cohort joined him, forming a beachhead. More Awakened followed behind them, grim determination shining in their eyes. Everyone knew that for many, if not most of them, this was going to be the last fight. Nevertheless, no one tried to flee or turn back. It is strange. Cutting down a lunging beast, Sunny glanced at the descending Awakened. Surely all of them valued their lives. Maybe if left alone, most would listen to their fear and their desire to survive, and choose to save themselves instead. However, they had all been swept up in the moment and lost their reason. They were all individuals, but more than that, they were also parts of something much larger right now. A crowd, a mob. A collective had no fear of death, because the destruction of one of its small parts did not mean the destruction of the whole. Maybe that was how these people suppressed their utterly natural and reasonable desire to live, knowing that even without them, the larger entity they belonged to would continue to exist. Was that what Professor Obel had meant when he said that humanity needed a bit of stupidity to survive? In any case, the feeling was alien to Sunny. He had spent most of his life being refused and rejected by the collective, so naturally, he valued himself more. There was really nothing more valuable than himself, and things he personally held dear. And yet, here he was, charging into the horde of nightmare creatures with the rest of the Awakened of the First Army. Of course, his situation was vastly different. Sunny was pretty sure of his ability to at least escape alive, no matter what happened. But he was still taking a great risk for no apparent reason. Was it stubbornness? Was it pride? Was it spite and unwillingness to admit defeat? Or had he actually become infatuated by the same sense of collective responsibility as these selfless people? He truly did not know. However, the word selfless seemed rather vile and frightening to Sunny. After all, his self was all he had. Without it, what was the point of staying alive? Gritting his teeth, Sunny brandished the Sin of Solace and pushed forward, cutting through one abomination after another like a ruthless, eerily graceful butcher. At some point, his three shadows joined him, wrapping themselves around his body, the fourth one he had sent to help Nightmare. Sunny was surrounded by a fine haze of blood, but whenever drops of it fell on his black tunic, they rolled off the soft silk without leaving the slightest trace. The graceless dusk remained immaculately pristine. He left the hundreds of Awakened behind and advanced into the horde, leading his cohort toward the river of black beetles. Luckily, it was not very hard to reach, because the dark river was flowing forward to meet them as well. Before the irregulars clashed with the claw of the Heart of Darkness, though, Bloodwave finally arrived at the battlefield. The mighty saint landed like a falling star, causing the earth to split and a shockwave to spread outward in all directions. A wave causing the Eelton to split and a shockwave to spread outward in all directions. Away from water, most of his powers would be of no use. But a transcendent was still a transcendent. Wearing dark gray armor sewn of sharkskin and wielding two curved swords, Bloodwave instantly turned into a whirlwind of steel, moving with such speed and force as to resemble an annihilating blur. Countless nightmare creatures disappeared into it, and the blurry twister instantly turned red from the mass of blood. More than that, the champion of the House of Night was perfectly aware of his vulnerability on land. For that reason, his soul arsenal included many powerful memories to account for that weakness. Among other things, as soon as Bloodwave appeared, 3 echoes manifested by his side. One was a monstrous crab the size of a house, one resembled a towering golem of wet clay, and the last one was ethereal and elusive, like a creature made of fog. Sonny's eyes glinted when he realized that the creature shrouded in fog was actually transcendent itself. It would have been powerless underwater, but here under the walls of Falcon Scott, the echo could exert truly devastating power. A small shadow fell from the sky, and a familiar black bird landed on Bloodwave's shoulder, cawing something into his ear. A moment later, the saint and his echoes changed direction, heading for one of the 4 rivers of darkness. Maybe we can actually pull this off. Throwing all unnecessary thoughts out of his head, Sonny concentrated on carving a path toward the tide of beetles. Somewhere behind him, hundreds of awakened were somewhere behind him. Hundreds of awakened were desperately pushing against the horde of frenzied abominations, killing and dying without holding anything back. An ear-splitting groan of tearing metal thundered as another section of the wall collapsed, unable to withstand its own weight after suffering severe damage to its inner structure. He paid it no attention. How am I supposed to fight against the damned bugs? The sin of Solace could cut through dozens with each swipe, but there were countless thousands of them. Trying to kill the entire swarm with a sword was no different from trying to cut the sea. He had a couple of tools capable of mass destruction: shadow manifestation, the strike of thunder. He could also control the swarm somewhat with the dying wish. Best of all, the beetles would have to try very, very hard to bite through the marble shell. Sonny was not too worried about his defense. It was the offense that posed an issue. I guess I'll just have to manage somehow. A few moments later, the mass of nightmare creatures around them diminished, and those who did lunge at the cohort looked more panicked than consumed by bloodlust. It seemed that the heart of darkness cared not about whom it devoured, humans or abominations. And there, behind these last few monsters, the tide of darkness was rushing towards Sonny once again. Chapter 10:35. The Fall of Falcon Scott 53. 10:35. The Fall of Falcon Scott 53. As the river of darkness surged forward to devour Sonny, the small lantern of black stone hanging on his belt opened, and a tide of shadows rose from within it to meet the swarm of beetles. He held nothing back, unleashing every wild shadow he had tamed, from mundane and shallow ones to those that were ancient, vast, and unfathomably deep. The night itself seemed to move as well. It moved to answer the call of the Master of Shadows. 2 dark tides met with a deafening thunder, and thousands of beetles were instantly broken, crushed, and ground into black dust. Some shadows were vanquished, too, and yet even more persisted. Permeated by Sonny's essence, they were as deadly and resilient as an ascended weapon would be. With no sun and no moon to illuminate the skies, there was nothing but dim starlight and a few distant flames to chase away the darkness. The whole world was shrouded in shadows, and so Sonny had an almost infinite well of them to call upon. The only limitation was his essence. However, the number of beetles was even more limitless. Despite thousands of them being destroyed in the initial confrontation, it was no more than a drop in the ocean. Already, even more were surging forward, crashing into the wall of shadows and tunneling into it with their sharp mandibles. Gritting his teeth, Sonny poured more essence out, strengthening the wall and turning it into a tall dam. Almost instantly, cracks appeared on its surface, and a moment later, the river of dark beetles overflowed, spilling over the top of the dam and spreading wide to encompass it from the sides. Funneled by the dying wish, all of them rushed toward a single point. Sonny himself. Die! He launched himself forward, moving with enough speed to leave afterimages behind. The Sin of Solace lashed out, slicing through 24 beetles with a single strike. Almost at the same, a radiant orb of charged essence shot past Sonny and violently exploded in the surging mass of darkness. Samara had joined the fight, using her aspect ability directly instead of channeling it through the tungsten rounds of a rifle. Together, they managed to slow the beetles down a little. Sonny turned into a whirlwind of annihilating jade, delivering 6 swift attacks in an instant. However, even though cutting through the small creatures was not too hard, the effectiveness of these attacks was low. Almost instantly, he switched to using the flat of the jade blade to crush them with his strength. Each blow sent a concussive wave through the mass of dreadful pests, damaging and breaking their tough little bodies. His mind was split, one part commanding his body, the other controlling the manifested shadows to hold back the dark river. And yet, it was not enough. Damnation. No matter how fast Sonny moved and how many blows he delivered, the number of beetles was simply overwhelming. Already, many had flowed past him. Some tried to turn around to attack from behind, but the pressure of the thousands more pushing forward brought them away, forcing Belle, Dorn, and Kim to engage the creatures in melee. Out of the three, Dorn was able to destroy the most with his aspect abilities and the heavy sledgehammer. Belle used himself as bait, phasing from place to place, and using his sword to cut down as many small creatures as he could. Kim, with her rapier and buckler, was the least suited for this battle, but she did her best to lessen the pressure on the two formidable warriors. Behind them, Samara continued to charge small beads of alloy with essence and flicking them into the mass of beetles, each streaking through the air like a bullet and exploding into a wave of destructive force. Once her supply of alloy beads and needles was exhausted, she would have to use the crudest form of attack and simply toss out projectiles formed of unrestrained wild essence. They were holding, for now, but the tide of dark beetles was growing more and more overbearing with each moment. Their number endlessly swelled, and the dam of shadows was being continuously destroyed and rebuilt, consuming Sonny's essence like a gluttonous beast. Some distance away to his right, Bloodwave and his echoes had engaged another tentacle of the Heart of Darkness. To his left, Saint and Nightmare were holding back the third, and further still behind them Jet and her cohort were fighting the fourth. This isn't working. This is not enough. Sonny knew that, if nothing changed, he and his soldiers would be devoured by the appalling vermin. Already, many of the dark beetles had gotten past his defenses and bitten into his skin. Their sharp mandibles only left shallow scratches on it, which almost immediately healed, but still. The memory of one of these vile creatures crawling inside his rib cage made him shudder. It was only a matter of time before several bites would turn into a dozen, then 100, then 1,000. Would the marble shell be able to withstand countless thousands of mandibles plunging into it? Even if it did, it was only his skin that was so resilient. Once he was buried under a cold, slithering carpet of darkness, the beetles crawling into his mouth, into his nostrils, into his ears, into his eyes. Would he be devoured from within? The Sin of Solace laughed. Wouldn't that be a sight to behold? Ah, yes, yes, it would. I can't wait. Uttering a silent curse, Sonny tried to pay the whispers of the jade sword no attention and concentrated on eviscerating as many of the beetles as he could. I need to think of something. He could always use Shadow Step to escape. Not quite. The last time, a few beetles were pulled along with him as he stepped through the shadows, most likely because the small creatures were not, in fact, alive. Not alive. A bizarre idea suddenly appeared in his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Even if it worked, he would only be buying himself a few seconds of respite at most. What Sonny really needed was to enhance his offensive ability, to find a way to destroy much more beetles every moment. However, he was only human. There was only so much that his small body, no matter how strong, could do. No, his best hope was shadow manifestation. He was already using it to hold the river back and grind many beetles into dust. But that was not enough. Was there anything else he could do? Summoning a dozen shadow hands to crush and obliterate the beetles would work for a bit, but it would also burn his reserves of essence with terrible speed. Those hands would not be able to strike with as much strength as he himself could as well. Damn it! If Serpent was here, I could have ordered it to assume the form of a massive monster and crush thousands of the damned vermin with each step. Consumed by revulsion and fear at the thought of being eaten from the inside, driven to his limits, and desperate to find a way to defeat the river of darkness. At that feverish moment, Sonny suddenly felt something click in his head. Scraps and pieces of previously accumulated experiences connected together, forming a tentative hint of a revelation. The revelation was strange, unclear, and dubious. That should not be possible, right? However, he really could not see why not. Sonny sensed the endless ocean of formless shadows around him, all malleable and ready to answer his call. If Soul's Serpent was not here to assume the shape of a dreadful monster, why not try to turn into one himself? Chapter 1036. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 54. 1036. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 54. The formless ability allowed Soul's Serpent to assume the shape of any shadow contained within its master's soul, as long as it was the shadow of a creature that was of the same or lower class and rank. Once transformed, Serpent would not only look like the creature, but also inherit its traits and abilities. Sonny, however, was not the Serpent. While he trained his mind and body to possess some facets of the formlessness of shadows, he was still a human. Even if he used Shadow Step to turn incorporeal, he would not be able to make use of the same mystical ability. He could, however, command the shadows and manifest them into tangible forms. What did it mean? Slowly drowning in the tide of black beetles and feeling their sharp mandibles scrape against his skin, Sonny continued to fight and think. His thoughts were desperate and feverish, but at the same time, his mind was strangely calm. His first uses of shadow manifestation had been very simple, nothing more than shapeless shadows turned tangible and pushed into motion. The only form they had was the one caused by the motion itself, and so they looked like dark tentacles. Later, Sonny trained for a long time to be able to effortlessly manipulate the shadows into more structured shapes. Chains, blades, walls, and a few more with those, he had made several incredible achievements. Building a bridge over a vast chasm, stopping the advance of a mighty titan, were not things a master was supposed to be capable of doing. However, his crowning achievement in the use of shadow manifestation was the shadow hands. Although not as powerful, durable, and numerous as the dark chains Sonny could create, they were vastly more complex and intricately structured. A hand had to have a rigid frame, flexible joints, dozens degrees of freedom, and many more aspects that few people ever stopped to consider. Controlling one was also much more complicated. Currently, Sonny could skillfully implement two types of shadow hands. The cruder and larger ones acted as an independent fighting force during battles, while the much more agile ones, scaled to the size of his body, were used to give him an extra pair of hands for complicated tasks. So, if he could already create hands and arms, what was to stop him from shaping shadows into a full creature? Sonny growled as he was pushed back by the river of darkness, wide cracks appearing on the dam he had created. Behind him, Belle, Dorn, and Kim were barely holding on against the ever-increasing number of the vile beetles. Just at that moment, Dorn was a split second too slow to bring his sledgehammer down, and one of the small creatures landed on his armor. The enchanted metal instantly split, but before the beetle could burrow under the giant man's skin, Kim's rapier flashed and pierced the beetle. The sharp blade wounded Dorn as well, but receiving a shallow cut was infinitely better than having a murderous little creature tear through his insides. Sonny gritted his teeth, striking down with the sin of solace. What was to stop him? The answer was very simple: complexity. Even shaping a functioning hand was already incomparably hard. He had spent a lot of time teaching himself how to shape shadows into hands on the fly. Creating an actual moving construct in the form of a creature would have been 100, if not 1,000 times harder. Plus, such a creature would not be very deadly, since in the end, it would just be a more complicated ascended weapon. There was something that could solve both of these problems in Sonny's possession, though: his knowledge of shadow dance. Shadow dance allowed him to observe a person or a creature and learn the very essence of their style and physicality, then shadow it. How they moved, how they thought, how they felt, how soul essence flowed through their body. Of course, none of that would be possible if he did not first understand the structure of the body itself. If Sonny knew how a body was shaped and worked on an instinctual level, the task of forcing shadows into that form would become much, much easier. Additionally, he did not have to make that form act independently. To translate his own power through it instead of relying solely on the strength of the shadows themselves, he could build it around himself like a shell. He could wrap it around his body like his own shadows wrapped around it. It's like a suit of exoskeleton armor in the shape of a nightmare creature. A shell of shadows, with me powering it instead of the other way around. If he succeeded, he would be able to assume the shape of a nightmare creature just like Soul Serpent could. Of course, there would be a vast difference. Unlike his shadow, Sonny would not inherit the creature's attributes and abilities, but the physical form itself was already enough. He took a deep breath, almost swallowing one of the beetles. A savage expression appeared on Sonny's face and he flinched back, narrowly avoiding the lunging pest. Would he really be able to pull this off? There's only one way to find out. To attempt something like that, though, Sonny needed two things. First, he had to choose a suitable form and one that was exceedingly familiar to him. The better he knew the shape of a creature, the higher his chances of success would be. And even though he had shadowed many abominations over the years, there were very few that Sonny was confident in recreating. Secondly, he needed some time, with nothing to distract him from the task. Even if it was just a few seconds, attempting something that crazy for the first time could not be done in the middle of a furious melee. Sonny could come up with some monster to try turning into, but several seconds of peace were much harder to come by. Unless the bizarre idea that he had thought of some time ago suddenly popped back into his mind. He crushed 100 beetles with an obliterating strike of the flat of his jade sword, then continued to rain one attack after another on the inexhaustible river of vermin, summoning a new memory at the same time. Soon, a large alloy chest appeared in front of Sonny, large enough for him to comfortably lie on. It was the covetous coffer. Sonny commanded the memory to open its lid, then pushed it on the side and swiftly hid behind it. He also called back the deepest and most ancient shadows unleashed from the shadow lantern, hoping to shape them into a monstrous form. The coffer was a storage memory, and by now its capacity was rather large. After months spent in Antarctica, that space was mostly empty. All kinds of things could be stored inside the alloy chest, with two restrictions: the things could not be too big and they could not be alive. The black beetles, though, were not alive. Sonny did not know what they were, but since the creatures could travel with him through Shadow Step, which suffered from a similar limitation, there was a good reason to believe that the coffer would be able to swallow them as well. And it did. Positioned between the tide of black beetles and Sonny, who wore the dying wish. The alloy chest was like a bottomless abyss. A river of the vile creatures flowed into it, hoping to tear through the bottom of the coffer and get to the human hiding behind it. However, all of them simply disappeared into the spatial storage space instead. A second passed, and then another, with countless thousands of beetles entering the dark chasm of the coffer's maw and never appearing again. After one more second, though, the storage space started to overflow. The lid of the chest instantly snapped shut, and then the memory dissipated into a whirlwind of white sparks. The river of beetles surged forward to devour the human. What rose from the veil of sparks, however, was not a human at all. Instead, it was a fearsome creature that towered at almost 3 meters in height, with onyx black skin and a bestial demonic face. Its mouth was full of sharp fangs, and 4 long horns crowned its head, protruding from dark, coarse hair. The creature had 4 hands that ended with sharp claws and a long, twisting tail. Its eyes were entirely black, with no irises and 2 vertical, furious pupils. A terrifying growl escaped from its mouth. Success! Of course, Sonny had chosen the shape of a creature he was most familiar with, the Shadow Spawn Devil. Chapter 1037, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 55. 1037, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 55. Sonny had spent many long months in the body of the nameless Shadow Spawn. From the bloody floor of the Red Colosseum to the burning streets of the Ivory City, he had fought countless battles with the creature's 4-clawed hands. However, he had never experienced being the Shadow Devil as an ascended. Possessing the power of a master and augmented by shadows, he exploded with truly terrifying might. At 3 meters of height, Sonny had suddenly turned into a vicious herald of destruction. He lunged into the mass of dark beetles, eviscerating hundreds of them in a split second. He was holding a sword in each of his 4 hands. 2 of them were the Sin of Solace and the Midnight Shard, and 2 were shaped from shadows. Each moved with staggering speed, weaving a translucent sphere of devastation in the river of darkness. Fighting with 4 swords was, perhaps, not the best idea against most opponents. However, Sonny did not need a lot of control and agility to deal with the beetles. All he needed was speed, more attacks, no matter how crude. With 4 swords and longer reach, the rate at which he destroyed the vile creatures increased tremendously. He cut and crushed them with his 4 swords, stomped them with his clawed feet. Even his tail was swiping through the swarm, obliterating many beetles. For a few moments, the river of darkness seemed to slow its advance. Sonny used those moments to slaughter even more, alleviating the pressure on his cohort and allowing Samara to renew her bombardment of charged essence. The strangest thing about it was how comfortable he felt. Even while shaping the shadows into the form of the Shadow Devil, Sonny had no idea of how easy or hard it would be to control that shell. As it turned out, it felt almost indistinguishable from the real thing. All he needed to do was summon the memories of the second nightmare into his mind and bring them to life with the help of Shadow Dance, like shadowing a memory of a creature instead of the creature itself. Of course, the demands were high. He needed to know the shape of the shadow shell in startling detail. Sonny suspected that he would not have been able to turn himself into many other creatures, if any at all. However, his knowledge of the Shadow Spawn was nothing short of instinctual. Instead of controlling the construct consciously, he simply allowed himself to become it. The other demand was essence. Sustaining the shadow shell burned through it with dire speed. His reserves were not exhausted yet, but he knew he wouldn't be able to keep being the Shadow Spawn for long. He had to do a lot of other things, as well, like power his memories and manifest more and more shadows to repair the tall dam. The situation had improved, but they were still on a timer. If nothing changed soon, the result would be disastrous. Don't think about it right now. Just kill as many as you can, the damned, Beetles have to have a breakpoint too. Everything turned into pure chaos. Sonny felt as though his physical power was almost uncontrollable now. He pushed and pushed himself, expecting to hit a limit, but that limit never came. His speed, his strength, his force. All of it had vastly increased, to the point where his thoughts were starting to fall behind his movements. Countless thousands of beetles were destroyed. Faced with the hurricane of swords, claws, horns, and fangs, the river actually recoiled, giving up several meters of frozen soil. Sonny thrust one of the shadow swords forward and let go of it at some point instead. Arcs of electricity appeared on his palm, and then formed into an arrow that seemed to be made of lightning. Sonny stabbed it into the mass of beetles, causing an incinerating chain reaction to destroy numerous creatures. He was hurt by the devastating current of electricity as well, but due to the elemental resistance of the marble shell and the augmentation of the shadows, the damage was superficial and almost tolerable. There was no time to think, only to fight. Somehow, miraculously, Sonny was holding the swarm of the black beetles back. The dying wish was pulling them toward him like a magnet, but instead of washing the towering shadow devil away like a dark tide, they were being constantly ground to dust, cut to pieces, and incinerated by lightning as soon as they entered within his reach. Those that flowed past Sonny were dealt with by the members of his cohort. Samara was causing one explosion after another to bloom amid the swarm, while Luster fed her a steady flow of essence. Both were nearing their limit, but they had not reached it yet. The same was true for Belle, Dorn, and Kim. Sonny couldn't see Saint and Nightmare, but from the glimpses of how little progress the second swarm had made, he knew that they were doing their part as well. The third swarm, the Bloodwave was supposed to deal with, seemed the most damaged. The three echoes were holding it back, but the fearsome Saint himself was nowhere to be seen. He was probably hidden somewhere within the river of darkness, fighting furiously. Since the echoes had not dissipated, he had to be alive at least. The only ones Sonny knew nothing about were Soul Reaper and her cohort, since they were too far away. Still, he believed that Master Jet would not go down easily. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Sonny could feel his shadow shell slowly coming undone. After long minutes of rampaging within the dark river of vermin, it had sustained a lot of damage. He tried to repair the wound delivered to the towering shadow devil by summoning and manifesting more shadows, but many beetles were already crawling within. Their mandibles scraped against the silk of the graceless dusk or his skin from time to time. Fruitlessly for now. His every muscle was burning from strain, and his mind was becoming clouded from fatigue. It took a lot to keep the shadow shell intact and moving. He had to let the dam crumble a couple of minutes ago already because the pressure of it all was just too demanding. Nevertheless, Sonny kept fighting. In fact, the more tired and fatigued he became, the fiercer his rampage grew and the louder the Sin of Solace laughed, whispering ugly truths into his ears. You'll never make. Give up. Leave your soldiers to die and save yourself. Come on, it's so easy. Just turn into a shadow and slip away. No one will now. No one will tell. Everyone will just die. How irritating. Sonny tossed the strike of thunder into the surging mass of beetles once again, enduring the piercing pain of being electrocuted by its lightning, and felt one of his two shadow hands crumble down. Ah, not good. He prepared to summon a new shadow to reshape it. But then something changed. A strange ripple went through the river of darkness, and it suddenly lost cohesion. The purposeful tide of black beetles grew discordant and shapeless, many of them simply growing still. Some continued to throw themselves at Sonny while others scurried away. Nestled within the battered shadow shell, he blinked. What just happened? Chapter 1038, The Fall of Falcon Scott 56. 1038 The Fall of Falcon Scott 56. Tired, so tired. Sonny smashed through the nearest beetles and jumped back, sliding a few dozens of meters across the ground as his claws left deep grooves in the frozen soil to slow him down. In front of him, the river of darkness was falling apart. The dark beetles, who had been acting like a single organism before, were now aimless and sluggish. Some grew lethargic or started burrowing into the ground, while others were wandering away. A few hundred were still pursuing him. With a thought, Sonny deactivated the dying wish and watched the small creatures dash away in fear. The swarm ceased its purposeful advance and instead flowed outward, losing the shape of a giant tentacle of darkness. It was as though a tank of water had been broken, water spilling to the sides. Utterly, chillingly exhausted, Sonny panted heavily inside the shadow shell. There were several beetles still crawling within it, stubbornly trying to bite through his skin. However, even their vicious bites had grown less determined. The breaking point. Did they reach it? His tired mind wanted nothing more than to release the manifested shadows and let the shadow devil form crumble into nothingness, but he forced himself to remain vigilant. Looking left and right, Sonny saw that the two neighboring swarms were in a similar condition. This was good news, but also bad. Now that the heart of darkness was acting directionless, its deterrence seemed to have lost most of its power. The horde of nightmare creatures, which had been scared away by the dark beetles, was already starting to tentatively move closer to the group of humans. Crap! Sonny closed his eyes for a moment, then turned around and took a few steps toward the members of his cohort who were similarly spent and battered. His soldiers, however, recoiled away from him. He looked down in confusion for a moment. Oh! With that, Sonny finally let the shadows comprising the shadow spawn return to their natural form and flow back into the intricately engraved lantern hanging on the black silken cord tied around his waist. The towering four-armed devil suddenly crumbled into a cloud of darkness, and a pale young man in a beautiful black tunic stepped out of it with a stagger. Arg! Sonny fell to his knees, then raised his fist and angrily struck the ground several times, crushing the scurrying beetles. "Sea Captain. Is that why you?" He glanced at Kim, who was staring at him with wide eyes. "Of course it's me. Who else would it be? And it's Major now, damn it." He slowly stood up and summoned the endless spring, taking several large gulps of cold, refreshing water. Perhaps dismissing the shadow shell outside the city wall was not the wisest decision, but he felt that he would not be able to sustain it much longer. At least that way, he would have a tiny bit of essence left for whatever it was that would happen next. The wall. Sonny looked back, finally witnessing the full scope of the damage done to the defensive barrier. The southern span of the wall was terribly deformed and broken, with many sections laying in giant piles of broken, melted alloy, much more of them than when he had left it. Somewhere beside it, hidden by the sea of abominations, the awakened of the First Army was still holding the horde back. He wondered how many of them were still alive. What is going on? Why did the heart of darkness suddenly stopped beating? Where the hell are? Shaken, he looked to his left, where Saint and Nightmare and Soul Reaper's cohort had fought. His shadows were already approaching, both littered with wounds. Neither had perished, but they did sustain a lot of damage. Even Saint, who was transcendent and thus much more durable than Sonny, had suffered dreadfully while battling the swarm of black beetles. Maybe because the small creatures were especially proficient at gnawing through stone. The mantle of darkness was slow to repair the damage as well, almost as if Saint's internal source of true darkness was as exhausted as Sonny's reservoir of essence. Her wounds were healing, nevertheless, just not at all as fast as he would have wanted. There was one more figure making its way toward him as well. Sonny felt extremely relieved when he recognized Jet. Soul Reaper did not look good. Her armor seemed to have been destroyed at some point during the battle, and now she wore only the uniform bodysuit, its smart fabric wet and heavy with blood. Her face was ashen. In a few heartbeats, all three arrived. In the same span of time, the nightmare creatures started to draw closer, madness and hunger burning in their eyes. Sonny was the first one to speak. "Master Jet, what happened? Why did the bugs suddenly? She staggered, forcing him to support her. Sonny and the members of his cohort looked at the leader of the irregulars with concern. Jet took a few raspy breaths, then said in a hoarse voice, "I'm all right, it was Bloodwave. He fought his way to the center of the swarm and killed the thing in charge." Sonny blinked. "What, how, and what exactly did he kill?" She shook her head. "I don't know." It was only then that Sonny realized that Soul Reaper was alone. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Your cohort?" Jet gritted her teeth. "Dead." Then she pushed herself off of him and straightened. "The Ascended that were supposed to reinforce us are also dead. They couldn't fight their way through the Horde. And speaking of the Horde, we need to get the hell out of here fast. We need to reach the secondary defense line really, really soon. Otherwise, Army Command is probably going to blow us all up." Sonny froze for a moment. The Rampart Protocol. The First Army, of course, had all kinds of contingencies. There were a few set in place in case the city wall fell, two from relatively tame to really drastic. The Rampart Protocol was the most drastic of them all. There were tunnels dug below the killing field, and under the span of abandoned streets between the city wall and the secondary defense line, as well. All of them were choke-full of powerful explosives, most of them created with the use of spell tech. All those explosives were set up to go up in flames together, turning everything outside the secondary barrier into a vast, scorching inferno. That measure was only supposed to be implemented after every soldier had safely retreated into the safety zone, and most of them already had. Army Command would probably wait for Sonny, Jet, and especially Bloodwave to return before pulling the trigger. But the situation was extremely chaotic, and communications were down. There was just no telling for sure. Damnation! Sonny glanced to his right and saw a battered Echo. The other two must have been destroyed, and a fearsome figure in sharkskin armor emerged from the mass of dark beetles and dashed toward them. Some distance behind the pair, a mass of abominations were already lunging forward. He looked back at Jet and grinned. "Then what the hell are we waiting for? Run." Chapter 1039. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 57. 1039. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 57. Bloodwave reached them just a moment later. The mighty saint looked spent. Sonny shivered when he noticed that his armor was torn and there were ugly injuries covering his body. Out of the three Echoes, only the monstrous crab remained. The other two had either been destroyed or dismissed to save them from perishing. Even the transcendent Echo is gone, gods. What could have destroyed one of those and severely injured a saint? The Heart of Darkness, just what kind of creature was it? He felt a bit of dread and a bit of curiosity. However, now was not the time to ask questions. Their small party had to hurry and fight their way back through the boundless horde of nightmare creatures. 5 awakened, 2 masters, 1 saint, as well as 2 powerful shadows and an Echo. They were an exceedingly formidable group. Granted, all of them were wounded, tired, and low on essence. Still, cutting through the horde while keeping everyone alive would not pose a problem. In theory. Bloodwave studied the rest for a moment, then sent his Echo forward and growled, his voice husky, low, and domineering. "Move." Saint spared the mighty saint an indifferent glance, then mounted Nightmare and sent the dark destrier into a gallop, the spearhead of the cruel sight igniting with the incandescent white glow in her hand, a shield made of pure darkness weighing on the other. They moved ahead of the party, cutting into the horde as a fierce vanguard. Soul Reaper was just behind, accompanied by the members of Sonny's cohort. Bloodwave and his Echo flanked the awakened, protecting them from the frenzied nightmare creatures. Sonny himself took up the rear position, dragging his tired body along and preventing the abominations from attacking the backs of his soldiers. In a cacophony of chilling howls, they dove into the mass of abominations. Blood, severed flesh, and fragments of broken bone instantly filled the air. Damn it, damn it, damn it. No one in the group was weak, and some of them were truly powerful. However, the horde that Goliath had brought to the walls of Falcon Scott was simply too vast. Countless nightmare creatures were throwing themselves at the exhausted humans in a rabid frenzy, every moment from every direction. Slowing down meant being buried under a mountain of monstrous bodies and torn apart. Their only chance was to cut through the mass of abominations faster than the abominations could pile up on them. Sonny continued to fight with his teeth gritted. The rearguard position was the most awkward, because he had to move backwards at considerable speed while slaughtering the mass of nightmare creatures pursuing the party. By now, they were deep inside the horde, and the abominations were surrounding them on all sides. With how sharp and swift the sin of Solace was, no creature could resist its blade. Sonny was managing somehow for now, but his battered body was hurting all over. Even though the marble shell had yet to succumb to an attack, the few blows he failed to dodge or deflect still delivered some damage. It was only his skin that was as hard as stone after all, not his entire body. A sufficiently powerful strike would send a concussive shock through his insides, potentially causing internal organs to rupture. That hadn't happened yet, but being hit still hurt. What the hell? It just never ends, does it? Today, he had killed a titan and faced a creature that might have been even more wicked. Despite it all, the hard part was not over. The fact that everything around him could blow at any moment, plunging the whole place into an inferno of immolating flame, both mundane and magical, did not make Sonny feel any better either. Slowly, the ruined walls of the siege capital drew closer. Bloodwave's echo was almost destroyed, causing the saint to dismiss it. Master Jet took its place with a resigned expression, her wound starting to bleed again. The somber glaive was nowhere to be seen, but a slender naginata appeared in Soul Reaper's hands instead. Using it, she cleared the right flank of the formation with several vicious strikes. The pressure on Sonny was also increasing. By now, he was forced to support himself with shadow manifestation from time to time. His already pitiful reserve of essence was diminishing even further with each use. And yet, they continued to cut through the horde unimpeded, the ground sleek with blood under their feet. After what felt like 1,000 years of slaughter, the party finally reached the melted ruin of the city wall. In front of it, the awakened force in charge of the southern section was holding back the ocean of nightmare creatures. What was left of it, at least. A grim expression settled on Sonny's face when he realized that of the initial 700, perhaps only 200 remained. Reuniting with the line of awakened soldiers gave them a moment of respite and gave the desperate soldiers a much-needed morale boost. Soul Reaper, Mongrel, and Devil. All three were famous champions of the First Army, and although few soldiers knew what Saint Bloodwave looked like, the Transcendent of the House of Night had a presence that made it impossible to mistake him for an ordinary person. Seeing them return alive from the sortie, the awakened regained some of their spirit. No one was out of the woods yet, though. There was a large distance separating the wall from the secondary defense perimeter that had been established deep within the city. That whole abandoned area was set up to go up in flames as well. Sonny looked through one of the numerous breaches in the deformed wall, noticing that the staging area on the other side of it had already been evacuated. The mundane soldiers had retreated, taking the logistics personnel, medical officers, technicians, engineers, and all other non-combatants with them. The vast resources stored inside the staging area were all left behind. Tall crates of MWP munitions, carcasses of slain nightmare creatures, loader robots, and so on, a wealth of supplies, much of it highly flammable or outright explosive, was going to be blown up once the Rampart Protocol was initiated too. Usually, Sonny would have been pained to see all these riches go to waste, but right now, he did not care. Usually, Sonny would have been pained to see all these riches go to waste, but right now, he did not care. All he cared about was not being near when they did. Chapter 1040, The Fall of Falcon Scott 58. 1040 The Fall of Falcon Scott 58. Right now, we just have to get to the secondary defense line. Once we're within the city instead of on a plane, evading the abomination should be much easier, so the last stretch of the way won't be as hard. Sonny glanced at his companions, evaluating their state. Everyone was exhausted, dirty, and covered in blood, both their own and that of nightmare creatures, but alive. The only problem now was to somehow extricate themselves, and the 200 surviving awakened, from the attacking horde. At that moment, as if to answer his thoughts, Bloodwave turned to look at the mass of abominations. Then the enigmatic saint glanced at Master Jet. "Take your soldiers and go, Soul Reaper. I will hold the beasts back for a bit. Tell your commanders to activate the explosives as soon as you're past the defense line." Sonny stared at him in shock, feeling that these words sounded a bit like a farewell. You, Bloodwave gave him a strange look. I think you might have misunderstood, Sunless. I am not trying to sacrifice myself. It's just that an explosion like that won't harm a transcendent too much. The Awakened, however, or even someone like you, better not risk it. Sonny slowly nodded. Indeed. Corrupted nightmare creatures could survive a nuclear explosion without too much trouble, some fallen as well. Rampart Protocol was not going to kill a transcendent like Bloodwave, or even seriously inconvenience him. Master Jet nodded. "We'll be going, then." The saint nodded, then took a deep breath and started summoning several memories. Sonny did not know what exactly the memories were, but judging by the fact that Bloodwave had promised to hold back the whole horde. All by himself, the abominations were in for a nasty surprise. Jet looked at him, then said quietly, "Once we start running, don't stop until you're safely behind the army fortifications. I'll stay back a little to make sure that everyone who is still alive gets safely out of the blast zone before Army Command begins the party. Expect to enjoy fireworks as soon as we see each other again." Sonny forced out a pale smile. "It's going to be terribly loud, isn't it? Damn, my poor ears." With that, he spared her one last glance and turned to his cohort. "Come on, go." Almost as soon as they dashed toward the nearest breach in the wall, Master Jet's voice boomed once again, spreading across the whole length of the battlefield. "Retreat!" The surviving Awakened of the First Army did not make her ask twice. Delivering one last attack, they used their remaining strength to momentarily push the enemy back, then turned around and ran. To call it a retreat was a bit of a stretch. There was no order or strategy to it, just a desperate wish to survive. The defense line instantly collapsed, and the soldiers dove into the ruins of the city wall, their backs to the enemy. The only saving grace of the whole thing was Bloodwave, who somehow managed to fulfill his promise and stall the enormous horde of nightmare creatures all by himself, at least for a few moments. What happened outside the wall next, Sonny did not know. He thought that he heard the roar of a rushing tide of water, but at that point there was no time to turn around. Sonny and his cohort flashed through the abandoned staging area and escaped into the empty streets beyond. Here, everything was shrouded in darkness. Many buildings had collapsed, creating a complicated labyrinth of snow and broken concrete. Others still stood, but were charred black by the flames. Some streets were strangely untouched and eerily empty, and of course, there were functioning roads that the First Army had maintained to deliver people and supplies to the wall. Sonny led his people to one of these roads. Luckily, all of them could see in the dark thanks to Kim, so the lack of illumination was not a problem. Their running speed was not much lower than that of a moving PTV, but nevertheless, he felt a pang of regret for a moment. "I'm going to lose the Rhino." His reliable app was currently parked in a different section of the staging area, near where they had started their shift. Sadly, the battle had taken them far away from the main gate of the city, so there was no time to search for the mighty vehicle. Once this whole place blew up, the Rhino would undoubtedly be destroyed as well. Damn it, Gritting his teeth, Sonny continued to run. He had to lead his people to safety that took priority over everything else. Currently, they were slightly ahead of the rest of the retreating Awakened. The span of the southern section was very long, so no one else was in view. Right now, all that mattered was speed, and each soldier was making their own path to the secondary defense line. Sonny suspected that most would try to reach the maintained roads, but on this one, there was no one but the battered cohort of irregulars. Burned and collapsed buildings flew past them one after another. They ran through the darkness, moving as fast as they could, their stamina long spent and their lungs burning. The dark, empty streets, something about them filled Sonny with a feeling of eerie unease. It took him a couple of minutes to realize why the surroundings felt so strange. It was too quiet. After more than 2 weeks of the siege, Sonny had grown accustomed to always hearing the wall armaments roaring somewhere in the distance. But those armaments had grown silent now, destroyed by the fiery gaze of Goliath. At least across the whole southern section of the defensive barrier, not a single turret was firing. For some reason, the silence filled him with dread. Almost there, just a few more minutes. Sonny spread his shadow sense outward, just to make sure that there were no dangers around. He even sent 2 of his shadows to scour the path ahead to be safe and ordered Saint and Nightmare to stay alert. But there was nothing there, just abandoned buildings and snow-covered ruins. Sonny did not see anything that could pose a threat to the cohort. His shadow did not see anything either. Neither did Nightmare and Saint. The only one to notice it was Luster, who just happened to turn his head in the direction the attack came from by pure luck. His eyes widened. It was a split second later that Sonny sensed it, a swift shadow flying toward the cohort, even though there was nothing there to cast it. But it was already too late for him to react. In the next moment, Luster suddenly lunged forward and pushed Kim aside, throwing her to the ground. Something flashed through the cold air, and it was instantly filled with hot blood. Chapter 1041, The Fall of Falcon Scott 59. 1041, The Fall of Falcon Scott 59. Something broke the dark surface of the shadows and flew into the cold air, moving fast enough to look like a black blur. Before anyone could react, Kim was falling down. And so was Luster, who had pushed her aside at the last moment. There was blood in the air, a startled expression on his face, and something was very wrong with the way he was falling. The black blur did not stop. A sharp blade instantly flashed toward Dorn, who had a startled expression on his face. The giant man only had enough time to slightly turn his torso. The blade missed his heart, slicing through armor and leaving a deep wound on his chest. The blade continued forward without pause, a split second away from piercing Bell's head. Instead, it simply passed through it. The swordsman could not possibly dodge, but he just barely managed to activate his aspect ability and phase through the strike, leaving Samara utterly open. Everything happened too fast. Before Kim even hit the ground, the enemy's blade was already mere centimeters away from slashing across her throat. However, a jade sword suddenly appeared in its way, blocking the lightning-fast attack. What the Sonny, who had thrown himself in the path of the enemy, was tossed back by the ferocious force of the impact. The attacker, whoever it was so strong that his hands grew slightly numb. He collapsed on the scorched road and rolled, instantly jumping back to his feet. Kim landed on the ground. Luster did, too. Both of his legs were cleanly severed at the knee, and blood was pouring out of terrible wounds. Sonny's eyes widened, but he had no time to think about it. The members of the cohort were too slow to defend themselves, and the ambush was not yet over. The creature, a dark silhouette moving with dire speed, had been thrown back as well. Sonny only had enough time to notice a humanoid shape clad in black armor, and instantly lunged forward. He had regained his balance a split second faster than the attacker, so the bastard had no way to avoid being pierced by the sin of solace. And yet, that was exactly what happened. Before the jade sword could strike the creature down, it simply dissipated into the shadows. What? Sonny was stupefied for a short moment. It's its shadow step, which meant he spun but was a moment too late. The creature was already behind him, the black blade falling from above. Sonny gritted his teeth, then blocked the strike with his forearm. The marble shell turned as hard as stone and split open, broken by the vicious strength of the blow. The blade only managed to deliver a relatively minor wound, though most of its power spent to shatter the shell. Before Sonny could counterattack, the enemy had blinked out of existence once again. Not good. The creature appeared some distance away, aiming to finish off Kim. At that point, however, Saint was already there. The taciturn knight had leapt from Nightmare's back and flashed across the road, deflecting the black blade with her shield. Inconceivably, the onyx shield actually cracked and the shadow staggered back. The creature did not waste any time and lunged toward Kim, but then a black chain suddenly wrapped around its throat. A dozen meters away, Sonny grasped the shadow chain and jerked it back with all his strength. The enemy was thrown back, flying through the air and crashing on the road a few meters behind him. The creature slid back, then stopped, kneeling in the middle of the road. It remained motionless for a moment, and then slowly stood up, glancing at Sonny with cold, killing intent. Subjected to the hate-filled gaze, Sonny turned grim. The creature was about 2 meters tall, with plates of jet-black bone covering its body like a full suit of armor. Even its face was hidden behind black bone, which formed a menacing closed helmet. 2 inhuman dark eyes burned with resentment and hatred through the cracks. The lower part of the helmet was split by a jagged line, and when it parted, a maw full of sharp fangs was revealed, opened in a mocking grin. Sonny, who was standing between the cohort and the abomination, grimaced and lowered his gaze a little. In one of its hands, the creature was holding a curved sword that seemed to have been crudely carved from a long black tusk, its edge terribly sharp and harder than steel. Just as he had thought, the abomination was missing 2 fingers on the other. Sonny sighed, lingered for a moment, and that said tiredly, "I had a feeling that you would show up." The scary stories about a murderous shadow that people in Falcon Scott had been telling each other turned out to be more than just stories in the end. It seemed that the little scavenger had grown once again. Curse it, of course. The wretched goblin would choose this exact moment to attack her, why wouldn't he? Sonny was tired, beaten, and very low on essence. The First Army was in full retreat, and none of his allies could intervene on his behalf. If Sonny was planning an ambush, that would have been exactly how he'd do it. Well, not quite. He would not have failed to kill most of his marks during the first assault. Not letting the scavenger out of his sight, Sonny briefly glanced at his soldiers. Luster seemed to be in shock, weakly trying to sit up. Kim was by his side, hastily applying a tourniquet. Belle, Samara, and Dorn were shielding them with their bodies, their faces grim and tense. The latter was bleeding from a deep wound on his chest. Saint and Nightmare were waiting for his command, ready to attack. Bad, this is very bad. Sonny had already taken a glance at the scavenger's soul, finding out that the damned waif had somehow managed to become a corrupted devil. The goblin, well, the bastard was more of an ogre now, must have devoured a lot of nightmare creatures to become that strong. He must have devoured a lot of people, as well, considering how disturbingly human-like the scavenger now looked. There must have been a lot of bodies left in the ruins of Erebus Field, and more victims still here in Falcon Scott. Much worse, it seemed that swallowing a piece of Sonny's flesh allowed the creature to inherit some of his powers. Powers related to shadows. Dealing with an enemy like that would have been hard even if the cohort was in peak shape, but now it was going to be a problem. Not a big problem, of course, however. One thing made the situation truly dire. The whole section of the city around them, the road, the buildings, the ruins, was about to be destroyed by a titanic explosion. Chapter 1042. The Fall of Falcon Scott 60. 1042. The Fall of Falcon Scott 60. For a few moments, no one moved. Sonny was considering how to deal with the scavenger, while the scavenger was probably considering how to deal with Sonny, now that the ambush had partially failed. Or maybe the damn thing was simply enjoying seeing him squirm. Who could tell what was happening in that abominable head? 100 thoughts flew through Sonny's mind. No matter how he looked at it, the situation did not look good. He had no doubt that he and his two shadows were more than enough to kill the scavenger. After all, plenty of corrupted abominations had fallen by his hand, but would they be able to kill him fast enough? The wretched creature was strong and extremely slippery. Fighting someone who could teleport all over the place was a real nightmare. Belatedly, Sonny felt pity for all the poor bastards whom he had killed in the past. They must have all died full of frustration. Serves them right. Once Army Command set off the explosives below the city, Saint would probably be able to survive the conflagration, just like Bloodwave had said he would. Nightmare and Sonny had a chance to escape unscathed, too, if they managed to find a shadow deep enough to protect them. His soldiers, however, would not. They were not saints, or even ascended. Neither did they possess aspects capable of saving them from the destruction. Not to mention that Luster was gravely injured and losing a lot of blood. As an awakened, he would not bleed out immediately, but getting him to a medic, or better yet an actual healer, was an urgent priority. The problem was that Sonny was not confident in his ability to protect the cohort if they chose to retreat. Once again, an enemy who could step through shadows was simply too mobile and unpredictable. Guarding a bunch of vulnerable targets from a corrupted devil who could appear at any moment from any side was a tall task. Damn it, damn it. Not only did the bastard get a chunk of my flesh, he even became an utter menace because of it. They could not remain and fight, and they could not retreat. Did the bastard actually know that everything around them was about to blow up? Or had he just been lucky to catch Sonny at the worst possible moment? If he had, that was some luck. The scavenger tilted his head a little, as though challenging Sonny to come and get him. The tip of his curved saber lowered slightly, ready to lash out. Sonny glared at him for a moment, then cursed silently and threw an order over his shoulder, his tone calm and steady. "Kim, take Luster, climb onto my horse and get the hell out of here. Get him help. The rest, retreat on foot. Saint will protect you." Luster, who had been staring at his missing legs with a confused expression, looked up at the sound of his voice and asked shakily, "Wah, what about you, Captain?" Sonny grinned. "I'll keep our friend here company. Don't worry. I did not survive Goliath and the heart of darkness to die to this little wretch today. Go." Kim was already dragging the young man toward Nightmare, her face pale and full of desperate determination. The scavenger spared them a glance, then stared back at Sonny. His mouth opened, and a hoarse, grating voice suddenly came out of it. "Die today, little wretch." Then an ugly, gasping sound assaulted Sonny's ears. The bastard was actually laughing. Sonny frowned. He couldn't care less if the abomination wished to mock him, but nevertheless his heart suddenly turned cold. Nightmare creatures capable of speech were extremely rare, and all of them were extremely terrifying. He could attest to that fact himself. Sonny had already been uneasy, but now his caution doubled. The scavenger was dangerous. The little wretch had been abnormal from the very start. He was gaining power too fast, growing too explosively. Of course, Antarctica was a perfect place for a creature like that to gorge on the corpses of powerful monsters, but still Sonny's intuition was telling him that fighting the abomination alone would be a dire, dreadful mistake. But he had no better choice. He sighed with resignation. "I guess my luck is just complete, utter crap today." All that remained was Sonny, the scavenger, and the shadows. 10:09 Goliath, the heart of darkness, fighting his way back through the boundless nightmare creatures, and now this. Sonny was hurt, tired, and miserable. So much so, in fact, that he was getting a bit angry. Fine, fine, let's do this, you rotten piece of trash. There was a perfectly fine nightmare creature here to vent his anger. Sonny had already failed to kill the scavenger twice. Today, fate generously gave him a chance to finish the job, and he was not going to let it slip from his hands. The scavenger was strangely unreasonable in his hate-fueled pursuit, following Sonny all the way from Low 49 across the hellscape of the Antarctic Center. Well, Sonny could be an unreasonable person himself. In fact, he was very tired of being reasonable all the time. Enough is enough. A dark, slightly mad light ignited in his eyes. Behind him, Kim pushed Luster onto Nightmare's back, then jumped up herself. The black steed instantly shot forward, moving across the empty road with incredible speed. Belle, Dorn, and Samara followed, protected by Saint. All that remained was Sonny, the scavenger, and the shadows, and tons of explosives somewhere beneath their feet. The menacing black abomination moved, trying to dissipate into the shadows, but before it could, the shadows around it suddenly surged, shooting forward like sharp spikes. The spikes shattered against the creature's bone armor, but they did slow him down for a split second, and that was all that Sonny needed. Emerging from the darkness in front of the scavenger, he kicked him in the chest. With a deafening boom, the creature was sent flying back but managed to land on his feet. The black tusk whistled, tearing through the air, and collided against the white jade of the Sin of Solace. Sonny felt his hand tremble from the force of the blow and smiled. Good, good. Don't you die too easily. Chapter 1043. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 61. 1043. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 61. On the doomed streets of a snow-covered city, surrounded by ruins of collapsed buildings and remnants of devastating battles, a young man with alabaster skin and onyx hair was fighting a wraith made of darkness and hatred. One wore a simple tunic of beautiful black silk. The other was clad in menacing black armor. Both moved through the ruins like a pair of swift shadows. Damn it, break! Sonny shuddered as he deflected a vicious strike of the mysterious black tusk, felt the impact send a painful jolt through his entire body, and guided the enemy's blade to the side. At the same time, he took a step forward and slammed his elbow into the scavenger's chest. The creature was pushed back, releasing the Sin of Solace from the bind. The cursed sword instantly flashed forward, slashing across the abomination's side. The defense, counterattack, and follow-up had been executed flawlessly, flowing into each other like the nimble steps of a graceful dance. Despite being light and swift, they also carried tremendous power and annihilating intent. And yet, the white jade slid fruitlessly off the black bone armor, barely leaving a scratch on it. What the hell are you made of, bastard? The scavenger was just too damn overbearing. At times, fighting him was fighting like water. When the Sin of Solace lashed out at the cracks in the bone armor, the scavenger would turn into a shadow, allowing the jade blade to harmlessly pass through. Other times, fighting him was like fighting against an indestructible mountain. The plates of black bone seemed utterly impervious, and the creature's blows carried with them crushing weight. Even compared to the corrupted creatures Sonny had faced, the scavenger was abnormally powerful. He was so strong that it did not even make sense. The Sin of Solace had come from the remnant of the Jade Queen, an astonishingly dreadful corrupted tyrant, and had an enchantment that bestowed it with unparalleled sharpness as well. What kind of indestructible creature had the vengeful goblin devoured to be able to resist its edge? It seemed as though there were peerless geniuses even among the nightmare creatures. And the pathetic, tiny imp Sonny had failed to kill many months ago just so happened to be one of those. Just my luck. Gritting his teeth, Sonny braced himself and received another blow of the black tusk. Another bloodless wound appeared on his body. None of them were deep enough to be dangerous, but the damage was slowly mounting. Worst of all, he was completely suppressed. There were countless ways for Sonny to kill the hateful fiend. For example, if the sharpness of the sin of solace itself was not enough, he could augment the power of the jade blade manifold with his shadows. He could manifest wild shadows, as well, forming chains, swords, or tentacles to attack and entangle the scavenger. He could use Shadow Step to keep up with the damned ogre, but he was prevented from doing any of these things. Sunny could not afford to augment his sword, because he needed the shadows to match the corrupted devil's speed and strength, and even then, the scavenger was faster and stronger. He could not wantonly use shadow manifestation, because his reserves of essence were nearly empty. The same went for Shadow Step, or any other trick he could come up with on the spot. The bastard had known just when to attack. He had only shown himself when Sunny was at his weakest, and now, Sunny was forced to defend himself against a nightmare creature of a superior rank while being robbed of most of his powers. Even those that remained were countered, because the scavenger possessed the same ones. Sunny could not really blame the abomination for setting such a wicked trap, though, because it had been precisely how he himself had slayed many powerful adversaries. "Doesn't matter, I'll still kill you. You're going to die no matter what." Sunny's eye burned with cold fury as he released the hilt of the sin of solace, switching to a one-hand grip. The great giant was the same length as a longsword would have been, but incredibly light and swift. Although it could not hack and slash with the same ferocious power as the scavenger's black blade, it was far more nimble and versatile. Sunny seamlessly switched to a more agile and reserved battle style, summoning the cruel sight into his free hand in the form of a short sword. The silver sword's ghost blade enchantment allowed it to strike down incorporeal targets, and so, the scavenger was in for an unpleasant surprise the next time he chose to turn into a shadow. If there was one advantage Sunny had, it was his skill and experience. The scavenger was tremendously powerful, cunning, and possessed a truly vicious, murderous will. He had devoured a great number of mighty creatures and grown with explosive speed. The bastard was supremely devious and surprisingly intelligent, enough to survive and even thrive in the hellish meat grinder of the chain of nightmares. But he was still an abomination, and a young one at that. His attacks were smart and powerful, but also clumsy and crude, just like the makeshift saber he was using, which had obviously been fashioned from some dreadful monstrosity's tusk. For now, the scavenger was able to suppress Sunny simply because of his timing and vastly superior physical might. But he was not nearly as experienced of a killer. As for spite and viciousness, both had them in spades. Die. As soon as the cruel sight manifested itself, Sunny blocked the black tusk with the jade sword and then struck with the silver one, aiming at the elbow of the abomination's right arm. No matter how tough an armor was, it had to be weaker at the joints to allow for enough flexibility. And indeed, there was a gap between two bone plates there. In truth, Sunny was not sure if the cruel sight could cut even the weaker parts of the scavenger. However, the creature did not know that. Just as expected, the vicious fiend chose not to risk it. The shadow powers he possessed were, strangely, both superior and inferior to Sunny's as of yet. The abomination had only shown the ability to use a form of Shadow Step. That ability, however, was more insidious than the original, allowing the creature to not only teleport and turn incorporeal, but even selectively turn only parts of himself into shadow. And so, the body of the scavenger remained perfectly material, continuing to pressure Sunny with dreadful strength, while the middle of his right arm became ghostly and incorporeal. The cruel sight passed through the abomination's elbow without meeting any resistance, never even touching his flesh. However, the scavenger suddenly staggered and let out a pained hiss, causing a vicious grin to appear on Sunny's face. The silver blade might not have cut the creature's flesh, but it did cut his shadow, which was the same as cutting someone's soul. The damaged span of the fiend's arm instantly turned back to flesh and bone, but the damage was already done. Using the momentary lapse in the scavenger's awareness, Sonny lunged forward and tangled with him, pushing them both to the ground. Fighting a slippery shadow was really a nightmare. He had far less essence to spare, giving the hateful fiend a vital advantage. Unlike Sonny, the scavenger could use Shadow Step as much as he wanted, avoiding attacks and launching his own from unexpected directions. The abomination could even escape if he wished. However, it would not be able to do anything if Sonny was clutching it with his own two hands. As the two hit the ground, he growled and grasped the scavenger's throat, constricting it with enough force to shatter armored alloy. Sonny's eyes were shining with dark, malicious joy. If he could not break the bastard's armor, he would just strangle him. Most nightmare creatures still had to breathe, after all. Even if the scavenger didn't, a broken neck was bound to solve something. It was strangely fitting, actually. Sonny had killed his first abomination by strangling it with a chain. And now he was going to squeeze the life out of this corrupted devil, too. Chapter 1044. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 62. 1040 for the Fall of Falcon Scott, 62. Die. Sonny kept trying to strangle the scavenger in a strange reversal of their previous encounter. His face was contorted into a bestial snarl, and his eyes were burning with indescribable bloodlust. The scavenger, however, was not easily killed. At first he seemed to have panicked and tried to throw Sonny off himself, but after realizing that getting rid of the small human was all but impossible, the abomination calmed down, stared at him with seething hatred, and tried to stab him in the back with the black tusk. The tip of the crude saber bit into the silk of the graceless dusk and failed to pierce it. Sonny laughed with savage joy. "Try harder, bastard," the scavenger obliged. Dropping the tusk, he grabbed Sonny by the collar, and instead of trying to push him away, instead pulled him down. The two of them were suddenly face to face. Crap! The jagged line splitting the abomination's helmet opened, and countless sharp fangs instantly sank into Sonny's cheek. Ag! Realizing that he was moments from having his face bitten off, Sonny let go of the fiend's neck and delivered a vicious punch into his solar plexus. Then he grabbed the creature's jaws, pushed them open by a few millimeters, and staggered back. The scavenger once again let out a hoarse, hateful laugh, his teeth painted by Sonny's blood. Sonny landed awkwardly on his backside and grabbed his cheek. The right side of his face was all torn, but at least he did not lose an eye. Sadly, he already knew that the scavenger's teeth were poisoned. "You horrid wretch!" Grabbing the sin of solace, Sonny lunged forward to strike down the fiend before he stood up. However, the creature simply turned into a shadow instead, trying to flee and then launch a surprise attack from a random direction. Not so fast. Without ever slowing down, Sonny dove into the shadows too. In the dark realm of shadows, the shapeless form that was the scavenger was swiftly flying away, and the shapeless form that Sonny pursued. All of the abandoned area was shrouded in darkness, so they could travel as far as they wanted, unimpeded. The scavenger. As a shadow creature of the corrupted rank here, he was vast and dreadful, much more so than Sonny. And yet, Sonny held an absolute advantage. He had fought as a shadow before a couple of times and was all but helpless each time. But Sonny had been a mere child of shadows then. Now he was their master. He had gained plenty of insight into shaping shadows thanks to shadow control, shadow manifestation, and especially his recent breakthrough, which he decided to name Shadow Shell. And since he was currently a shadow, too, closing in on the fleeing scavenger, Sonny willed his shapeless body to change. Instantly, it came to possess 4 long, powerful arms. Then, sharp claws grew out of his fingers. Knowing that he didn't have a lot of essence left and thus wouldn't be able to remain a shadow for long, Sonny did not waste any time and tore into the formless abomination. Instantly, it was as though a soundless wail of pain spread through the dark space. The scavenger seemed both surprised and aggrieved by the fact that Sunny was able to hurt him in this realm, which he must have considered absolutely safe before. Frightened, he tried to fight back, launching powerful but awkward attacks of his own. A familiar, sickening pain of having his soul damaged permeated Sunny's senses. He had sustained some damage, too, but not nearly as much as the damned goblin. Partially because the creature's blows were rudimentary and crude, and partially because his soul was protected by the marble shell. The scavenger realized that his struggles were not having any effect, too. Escaping Sunny's cruel claws, he instantly escaped the shadows and emerged into the world above. They rolled through the ruins, exchanging a series of blows. Sunny received several more wounds, but the hateful fiend to his armor was still as impenetrable as ever. "Curse you! What do I have to do for you to finally die, damn it?" Infuriated, Sunny grabbed the towering ogre and smashed through the wall of a building, using the creature's body as a ram. Of course, that was not going to be of any use. A corrupted devil could crash through a mountain and still walk away without anything more than a couple bruises. Behind the wall there was a slope of charred rubble. They fell down, ending up in a shallow pit. At some point, Sunny had lost his sword, and the creature had lost its black saber. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, both full of murderous rage. Then, however, the scavenger's gaze changed slightly. Sunny's face changed, too. That was because he felt a slight tremor spreading through the ground beneath them. His eyes widened. Hell, the scavenger, despite all his sharp intelligence, was really too naive. The explosion was not going to 0909 harm a corrupted devil, however. The creature did not know that. He had only gained full sentience in front of him. The battered fiend suddenly recoiled, trying to escape into the shadows once again this time. He was going to simply blink away instead of traveling through the dark realm. But Sunny had other plans. "Where do you think you're going?" Grabbing the abomination by the shin, he dragged him back and then pressed the bastard into the ground. A series of painful blows rained on Sunny's already cut and injured body, but he just held the ogre tighter. "What are you afraid to die? Let's die. Let's die together." The scavenger, despite all his sharp intelligence, was really too naive. The explosion was not going to harm a corrupted devil, however. The creature did not know that. He had only gained full sentience a few short months ago, after all. Sunny laughed, then used all but a few drops of his remaining essence to call upon the shadows. They surged forth, encasing the two of them in a sphere. Then more shadows rose, creating a second layer around the black egg, and then the third. Sunny could have tried to escape the blast by turning incorporeal, however. There had to be a shadow for him to remain in that state. Once this whole area blew to smithereens, everything would be flooded with light. The shadows would be banished, and he would be thrown back into the material world. So he created this egg, trapping the two of them inside. Maybe it was even sturdy enough to resist. "Wretch, one way or the other. You're going to die today." He continued to hold the scavenger and pummel him with his free hand, feeling the skin on his knuckles splitting despite being reinforced by the marble shell. The bone armor of the abomination, nevertheless, refused to crack. The scavenger fought back desperately, too. They were surrounded by darkness, the world outside hidden by the walls of the black sphere. That was why Sunny did not see the rampart protocol coming into effect to obliterate a vast swath of the city, the remains of the wall and the killing field beyond. However, he did feel it. Chapter 1045. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 63. 1045. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 63. In the tunnels under the abandoned section of the city and the vast killing field beyond the devastated wall, countless explosives simultaneously received a signal to detonate. To prevent the interference of the nearby gates from influencing the execution of the Scorched Earth Protocol, all of them were connected into a labyrinthine network by simple but reliable wires. Even though the signal traveled through the wires with astronomical speed, There was still a slight delay between the detonation of those explosives that were nearest to the ramparts of the secondary defense line and those furthest away from them. At first, from afar, it looked as though a ripple had spread through the ground, moving outward. LT rolled through the ruined streets of the city, with countless fountains of dust shooting up between the rubble. Some of the buildings that had withstood the furious fighting started to collapse. Some seemed to have burst apart. The vanguard of the horde of nightmare creatures had already entered the city, racing through these streets. They met the ripple first and were thrown to the ground. Then the ripple reached the towering wall, destroying even more of its sections. The massive alloy was only starting to fall, surrounded by the deafening groan of tearing metal, by the time the ripple moved past the mountainous corpse of the slain titan in the field beyond and exhausted itself. Now, the whole horde had been encompassed by the destruction zone. All of it took no more than a couple of seconds. For a moment, everything was still. And then, the ground started to fall. A vast swath of earth many kilometers across slowly started to cave in, as if forming a giant crater. Now that it was completely untethered, none of the buildings survived. All of them toppled and fell apart, devoured by the gargantuan landslide. The remains of the city wall were utterly destroyed, too. However, the true devastation was yet to come. As the inconceivable mass of soil sank down, it seemed to have reached a point of strange equilibrium, and then suddenly exploded upward in a furious conflagration. It was as though a giant bubble swelled from under it, and then burst open, unleashing a titanic pillar of flame into the cold winter sky. For a moment, the night turned as bright as day. Then, the roaring thunder of the explosion washed over the world, making the skies themselves shake. A billowing cloud of dust and debris rose high into the air, obscuring the ocean of flames bursting from under the ground. A second terrifying blast resounded when the munition depots spread across the staging area below the wall detonated under the assault of heat, concussive force, and pressure. The horde of nightmare creatures was consumed by the obliterating havoc. The weakest of them were instantly killed, while the stronger ones were severely wounded and burned. Only the strongest ones managed to survive the initial conflagration unscathed. In less than a minute, a gigantic area was utterly devastated, turning into an incandescent pit of fire, molten rock, and liquefied metal. The furious sight of it all, up until the world had become obscured by dust, was both awe-inspiring and horrifying. The soldiers standing on the ramparts had long fallen down and covered their ears, but even then, they could feel the terrible destruction through the violent tremors of the earth. Sonny, however, had first row seats to the cataclysmic detonation. After all, he was stuck in the middle of it. Die, bastard! Trapped inside the sphere of shadows, he held the scavenger down while pummeling him with his fist. Each of his blows would have been powerful enough to utterly wreck an armored ape like the Rhino, but the black bone armor of the Shadow Fiend simply refused to break. The longer it endured, the more furious he became. Just die, damn it! The sphere of darkness around them suddenly shuddered, briefly rising, then plummeting down. A violent tremor ran through its walls, and up suddenly became down. It seemed that the shadow egg was rolling and being thrown around. Sonny, who had been on top of the fiercely resisting scavenger, found himself falling for a brief second. He hit the roof of the sphere, and a moment later, the hateful ogre came crashing down as well, landing on him. A massive fist connected with the side of Sonny's head, making him see stars. Curse! However, the abomination could not press his advantage because the shadow egg was flipped upside down once again a split second later, and then again, and then again, and then again. The two of them were being tossed inside the sphere, ricocheting off its walls like rubber balls. Sonny almost instantly gave up on trying to comprehend where the up and down were, and simply concentrated on holding onto the scavenger. As soon as he let go, the creature would be able to slip away through Shadow Step. But as long as he did not let go, he could continue to try and kill the wretch. Die. Just as he was going to deliver another punch, a sharp pain pierced his shoulder. The dazed scavenger had finally given up on trying to free himself from the mad human, and also on trying to meet him blow for blow instead. He instinctively retreated to what he knew best, tearing things apart with his teeth. "Arg, let go of me, you rotten piece of trash." Sonny had already had some poison coursing through his veins, but now there was more. Before he could do anything, however, the world suddenly shook, and a vicious shockwave traveled through the sphere. It felt as though all his organs had changed places. But the next shudder was indescribably more violent. Sonny thought that he had blacked out for a moment, but maybe he didn't. He growled and used both of his hands to grab the scavenger, afraid to lose the grip. With no free hand to continue hitting the creature, he then proceeded to headbutt the bastard with all his strength. Finally, Sonny felt something crack under his assault. However, it might have been his own nose. It was hard to tell. The world was shaking, burning, and consisted of pain. Having gone completely berserk, Sonny paid it no attention and continued to use everything at his disposal to break the damned scavenger, while the scavenger continued to bite and rip his flesh apart with sharp fangs. The creature's armor would not break, but neither would the human's body. In fact, his skin was harder than the hide of most abominations the fiend had devoured in the past, while his bones were 10 times tougher than that. What kind of ridiculous human was that? The air inside the sphere was permeated by unbearable heat, and it seemed as though its walls were starting to glow a dull red. Then, a crack appeared on the black surface. Consumed by boundless bloodlust, the two continued to fight.